Hi everybody and welcome to our latest edition of the Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX. What's up, man? Been a while.
Yeah, good morning. Haven't seen you for a couple of months, but we're back on the desk together. It's always nice to have a familiar face, an English face as well.
Oh, always, 100%. But I mean, what excites us today when it comes to Quake in general is that we've got that new patch to play, and that is going to sort of give us a bit of a a look into how things might shift around. You know, clutch is a little bit different now. The shotgun's definitely been buffed with that center point, and I think the big one that we're probably going to be seeing around today, because Insomnia is already quite a popular pick, we've had some items shift around. So that's all, you know, in place to see if maybe that map gets played a little bit differently. You know, players have been doing their scrims, they've been doing their streams. On that note, we'll take a look at the schedule and we'll pretty much get straight into our first match as soon as we can, because Kilson really been sort of pioneering that map, and I think there's a strong possibility we might see it in play.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Kilson map through and through. I think you alluded to the changes already, and it will obviously impact the strategy and the dynamics, and takes it a little bit away from his forte in that it can't just be manhandled on a single point, which is where his strengths really lie. But still, the flow of the map, dynamics of the map favors the way he likes to play, rail heavy, positional heavy. So definitely would expect it to come back. And again, it will obviously change how competent a lot of these players are. So it throws into the question there of how settled will that be. But he's definitely been probably the star of the league so far, up there with Rafa, and coming back to the fore again, extremely strong. So looking forward to watching him.
And speaking of Rafa will be up next after Kilson versus Nosfa versus CNZ. Then it's Maxter and Chain, Razy versus Zeneku, which is very interesting to me always to see how they clash heads. And then Wenger versus Dramis to finish today's broadcast. So Kilson and Nosfa. We've talked about Kilson a whole bunch already. You quite rightly have said one of the stars of this season so far. I think bringing some maps into play that Kilson is very confident in, not just Insomnia, you know, the map that he's definitely, I think, has been the most dangerous on in the league so far. But Blood Covenant, that's always been one of his strongest maps, and now it's back in here, ready to party, and I think it's done well for him so far.
I was going to raise this exact point. This shift in the map pool, even the slight shift in meta as well, is definitely a Kilson favoured setup at the moment, and he's really been exploiting it, and it brings back into question a whole new range of champions that we didn't see an awful lot of in last stage as well. You know, Nyx is extremely powerful on Blood Covenant Slash as well, and they were used more strategically and sparingly, but again, they're coming back into the fore, and they're two champions that Kilson can just absolutely shred his opponents with. And we've seen highs and lows from Nosfer throughout. He's definitely got it in his locker to take a map away from Kilson, but if we're looking at the context of where everyone's at, I'd be very surprised if he does any better than that.
It would be cool to see Nosfer step up. I think one of the more enjoyable players to watch, and has consistently been throughout his Quake Champions career. He's always able to kind of bring that high-octane nature, but if there's something that Kilson's able to do, it's in a very quick fashion figure out how someone's playing, and then, you know, kind of work around that within a single map. You know, some people take a lot longer than others to adjust to a stressful situation, distinct, I think, clash of playstyles or whatever it is. He's always able to match that, you know, consistently super high level with his aim, his accuracy. We'll take a look at the picks and bans as soon as, because I'm really interested to see where we're actually going to be playing today.
Yeah, when you watch Kilson, he's just one of these players that has the ability to make the game look so easy and make his opponent look so helpless. And when you watch him, you're like, why can't I do that? Because it's so calculated, it's so methodical, and he just makes the game look extremely easy. But as you rightly said, we're right into the picks and bans. Corrupted Key picked straight off the bat, and you know, this is a map, if you look at Kilson as a player, many players would think he should be picking, but if you know Kilson, you speak to Kilson, even back in the early days of Quake 3 Quick Life, he used to love Lost World in DM13, and it's a very similar flow of the map, and what it allows him to do, even though there's no rail, extremely positional in terms of controlling that mid ground. You're able to slow the pace down, and that's what he loves to do. It isn't about the rail, it's about maps that give him that ability to control the mid level and just really chess-like push his opponent, force his opponent away, and play step by step, and that's what Corrupt to Keep allows him to do. And he's gone in retaliating with the Ranger, which we know is a champion that matches up quite well against Strong because of that orb. We've seen it throughout this stage already used to great effect, and it's a particularly good pick on this map as well.
Now, we did see that Insomnia was removed. I really, really, really think that might become a bit of a common occurrence unless someone, I think, feels equally as confident on it, especially with the new changes. You know, for those that don't know what's happened with those changes, mostly item swaps. So if I recall, the Super Shotgun is now where the rail used to be,
yep.
And the rail has been shifted to, if anyone's played any of the modes that have the power up down near Teleporter, the rail's been moved down there. So it's kind of less control. You know, you have to really go out of your way to pick up that rail now, so might see it later today, maybe not. Either way, Awoken will be happening after that with the Athena and the Strog, Sorlag, and then Blood Covenant at the end, where we get to see, you know, one of Kilson's playgrounds. But to give Nosfer his credit, pretty damn good on that map as well.
Yeah, I really like the Sorlag pickup against the Athena. It can definitely work both ways, but it allows you to have the speed and the stack to continue to pressure the Athena. What Nosfer has to do, though, he can't afford to lose any degree of balance on the map. He has to continue to keep his pressure up. He has to take at least one item on every rotation, because if Kilson does get the snowball up and he can start moving around the map and using that rail, he becomes a nightmare. And just to go back to your discussion on the picks and bans in the map pool, you have to ban out Deep Embrace as well. So you've got Insomnia and Deep Embrace. You pretty much got to look at and ban out straight away, because Kilson will inevitably be a force to be reckoned with on those particular maps. And then, as he's picked Corrupt to Keep, he's amazing on Blood Covenant. This is why we're looking at this map core, and Kilson's one of those players where it just doesn't seem to have any weaknesses anymore.
Yeah, for sure. Because when you talk to, in our last season, really, you talk to Kilson, I think that the maps had always been a sort of hot topic of discussion. So with things being kind of shifted around now, I think it has really helped him so far that one of the maps that has been put into this season's pool is a new one that he just so happens to be highly effective on. I mean, that does give players sometimes an early advantage. We've seen it with maps like Deep Embrace, where some champions are really favored on there early on, then they kind of get shifted out of the meta, whether it's to do with patches, item changes, whatever it may be. Sometimes players just figure out a few things and those champions fall out of favor. But if you're able to be really good really early, it's going to just give you that sort of edge, that competitive advantage, which either you play really well on that map, or people feel like they already have to ban the map out, which means that maybe there's other maps available to you, right? It's kind of just that constant cycle of advantages, I suppose.
Yeah, and as you pointed out even before we went live, Kilson's been one of the players that's been putting in probably more hours than anyone else in the circuit so far, and it's showing in his performances and also in terms of how dominant he's been on a map like Insomnia. So the changes will obviously shuffle that around and rebalance it slightly, but I still expect him to be somebody with a lot of pedigree going into that map. And we're going to see it in this series, but in future weeks we definitely will.
Now, Nosfer, it's one of those players that you never really know which kind of Nosfer you might get on the day. I know that's a statement that gets thrown around quite a lot, but with Nosfer, it very much is that, because sometimes he'll just come online and really be a match for almost anybody. And even that, when Nosfer's playing at his absolute best, there's a good chance we might see a nice competitive match here. But if we're just going by how things are at the moment, and in particular just how good Kilson is looking, I think it's pretty hard to not say that we think Kilson's going to do really well here today.
I feel that Kilson has a style that does conflict with Nosfer slightly as well. Nosfer's somebody that, I guess to anecdote, is somebody who thrives in chaos, and Kilson's somebody that likes to have a structure, and he prevents chaos from happening based on his positional play. And obviously Nosfer as well generally is quite a rail-heavy player, something that we know Kilson leans a lot into. So hey, we're kind of starting on Corrupt to Keep, so removing that from the equation altogether. But even when we move into subsequent maps, it plays into Kilson's forte, and so there is a bit of a dynamic there where I feel that Nosfer needs to readdress how he approaches this series. I haven't seen these two match up for quite a while, if I remember rightly. So it's going to be interesting to see what Nosfer might change against Kilson against other players.
So while we sort of wait for this first match to begin, rest assured as soon as players ready up and we jump in, we'll be good to go. The patch that's been out, it's a pretty significant one, I think, for certain playstyles, and we'll kind of list off a few of them. I've not got the notes in front of me. I'm just trying to remember it off the top of my head here. You know, prepared as always. But the big changes really was Insomnia item swaps, particularly that rail. Clutch now might be seeing a little bit more clutch. I know some players with their streams and scrims, clutch has been used a little bit more on certain maps. And the big change for clutch is that he's now, if I recall, he's a standalone heavy champion that now starts with more armor than the other heavies.
100, right? Yeah.
I think so. And that just, has it had much bearing? I think time will tell. But it has really, Clutch has been the specialist of specialist champions. We would only ever really see it from Razy every now and then from a few other players. But I don't know, maybe he's going to be a little bit more popular now. And another thing was the shotgun. You know, the shotgun now just in general does a bit more damage, but really it's that center point guaranteed. You know, at least one pellet will always be in the center of the screen. And I've asked a few players already if the shotgun feels better to them because of it. And the sort of universal answer so far has been, yeah, you know, it's a noticeable change. It doesn't seem like this crazy, insanely strong change, but it's enough to just give a little bit of consistency to an otherwise inconsistent weapon.
And it's particularly important against the lighter champions. Already harder to hit. And we saw it back in the day. I think Razy was one of the first, and Rafa to some degree, pioneering the use of the super shotgun just to absolutely melt light champions, catching them around a corner, catching them coming at you. And so to see that kind of come back into the meta again is an interesting dynamic. We've also seen it even against people, champions like Clutch in the past. Nail gun, shotgun, just to have that guaranteed burst potential. And yeah, your point about Clutch does really tackle one of the fundamental issues of Clutch, is just getting the ball rolling. You know how powerful Clutch can be when he's in a full flow, but when you're starting from scratch and you're pretty weak, you're just an absolute sitting duck. So to have that buff, as minor as it might feel, at this level is huge, because that's a light armor you don't have to go and get. That gives you more time, more space to pick up a weapon instead, to take a defensive position. So small things like that really do make a huge difference at the top level.
Top level was the key word. That's the thing. So many of us play Quake, and if you're just doing an everyday duel or even an everyday match of any mode, you know, you play one of those light champions and everyone in the lobby is playing the large ones. It can feel like, what do I do? Because I just die so quickly. Everyone else can just absorb. But then at the highest level, that dynamic kind of shifts around. You know, we're looking at Awoken, our second map here between Kilson and Osfer, and it's like, for most people, you'd look at that and might go, oh, it's a bit of a risky pick for Kilson. But at this level of play, everyone's so good, like, you're going to hit those shots. And you're harder to hit than they are. Sorlag is going to be chaseable. And it seems so risky, but when you've just got that confidence behind it, I almost feel like that dynamic gets removed. And it's an interesting, I think, difference to me.
Yeah, and there's always a noticeable adjustment period on any small balancing changes, because so much of Quake is based on intuition and just, you know, it becomes mechanical, automatic, and so your style, your progress, your decisions are based on, your micro decisions are based on your experience. And so when that experience is changing, you know, you might force a Clutch off the spawn because you know you can finish him when you're very weak, but that extra 25 might be the difference between life and death for you. Equally, you know, you might not expect to be hit so hard by a shotgun because the burst is a bit more erratic than that. And so these small things can actually have fundamental impacts until you've adjusted to them. And so that's why it's actually, again, back at this level, it can make a huge difference until the players really are accustomed to the patch. And that only comes with experience, it only comes with how many hours they put into the game. And I do expect some of those changes to make a big impact today.
Well, as you can clearly see, our first match is good to go. Thanks for sticking with us. As now, already actually an aggressive push. Kilson, I mean, you're gonna know immediately fresh off the spawn, you're good to go. You've got the orb, you had heavy side spawn, you got a super shotgun. I mean, that's it. That's all you need to make a giant push. And clearly Kilson getting the ball rolling here. 20 seconds in and already 2-0.
And Kilson, as we talked about in the intro, is one of these players that he has one of the best understandings of how far he can push the limits and when to push the limits. And that start was exactly that. The pressure's been up already, as you said, 2-0. Nospa did get in, steal away in that mega, but it doesn't last him very long, as he's already eaten all of the damage and more. Struggling to get onto the map. He hasn't got the long-range weapons he needs, so he's just trying to use the speed to run away, but Kilson's positioning is on point. He is whittling down Nospa Smart to actually
Oh, no!
but the damage is so big from Nostra. He thinks he could do some more. And it is now 3-0 catch up. They will trade once again, but Nosfer's done enough to keep Kilson low enough to keep the pressure on now.
Absolutely. I mean, that shotgun exchange there for Kilson definitely going to frustrate him a little bit, but you know what? LG happy to just handle that all over. And I've liked the plays from Kilson so far. I think very suffocating is the word. Even with the last cycle of items, using that orb to kind of just instantly get in and not necessarily take the Mega, but make sure that Nosfer doesn't get it and then mount any kind of stack to build a comeback or get himself on the board, right? It's just presence forever and always. But so far, Nosfer was able to secure himself at least one frag here. Problem is, as long as this armor is not available to him, he's going to be tender. Kilson's been hitting some really good LG so far, and that is just Kilson. Lovely little turnaround there.
Yeah, that first move off the spawn to shoot on end, steal away that LG, I thought was a little bit greedy, but he got away with it. But having done that and got away almost scot-free, he realized that he could then push on in just after the Mega. The split was enough for him to cut Nosfer. And this is the position Kilson loves. You can see him here just working his opponent, forcing him away from the Mega. He's going to give up the heavy, but he knows he can deal some chip damage, and so he'll work the map, keep Nosfer away, and there you go. He realizes the weapon advantage, 42 damage, unreturned. Every little bit counts, so this is the positioning he loves. Standing on that mid-ground between the two choke points, what is Nosfer meant to do here?
Especially with that Mega being the first item, but timing-wise and even the inclusion of the orb, is Kilson going to look to maybe steal away? Trying to get a call out on where he might try and retreat to, but on a map this small, that split may sound significant, but it's not. Now he's listening out, he knows he's safe, and hang on a minute actually, the delay on the items?
Yeah, I really like that. He knows exactly the timing of the heavy now, he's done damage, and it's all part of the grander plan here.
Now, Nosfer did get a little bit of extra information himself, so it took a little bit of time for that drone to go down. So right before it did, he did see the Mega hadn't been taken yet.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a mix in the plan, but Kilson, you can always just see how methodical things are, and yeah, stuck there, miserable. Nothing you can do. See you later, mate.
And he's feeling so confident he's even going to do a further delay of the items here as he realizes he can pick up the Mega and get back across to the heavy in time. Nosfer spawns over by the RL, he goes up to get the weapon, so the heavy's not going to be picked up just yet. Nosfer might realize it now, which he has obviously taken it, but you can see he's trying incredibly hard to do anything to Kilson. And he's doing damage, but it's in between these item pickups. This is the first time, though, it's been done where there's a sizable split on the items and still he cannot make it count.
But that was just perfect positional play from Kilson. You know it's going to be super shotgun spawn. You know they're going to have lots of damage. But I mean, that's such a tiny little choke point that all Kilson really had to do was just play his standard LG and he's going to get most of the damage there. Where does Nosfer go, you know? However, 9-2, not even halfway through yet, and a significant mountain is being put in front of Nosfer so far. But that delay in the items has been just forever and always challenging it. This LG has just been frustratingly on point as Kilson just continues the pain.
We asked in the intro what is Nosfer going to do to counteract the style of Kilson at the moment. He hasn't got an answer, as we said. He thrives in chaos. And Kilson's structure, he's holding these positions strong, and Nosfer's effectively running into him. And it almost feels like whenever Kilson really wants a kill, he can make one happen. Nosfer doesn't have an answer at this point in time, and for me, he's caught between a rock and a hard place, because I would have suggested him try and slow down the pace, chip away at Kilson, but you know, when you're 11-2 down, you don't really have a choice at this point in the game except to keep the pressure up, and that strategy's not been working. So this is a good play, however, because it's the first clean frag he's got. The problem is Kilson will pick up the heavy and restore the balance.
Absolutely, and speaking of heavy, that last rotation of items, Kilson was in that situation. Whoa.
No.
Okay, I was going to say that Kilson was happy to say, right, you can take this Mega, I'll go take the heavy, I'm going to have much more stack, you're going to have not much armor, if any, and then his LG has just been so good, that was the item he was happier to take, and it's just been that methodical play of Kilson all the way through. If there's an item being picked up, most of the time it's because Kilson is allowing it to be, because he's not so worried about it.
But that last kill over in the banana hallway is exactly exemplifies what I'm talking about. Whenever Kilson feels like he needs a frag, he makes one happen. He had no right to push uphill and get a frag just with only, I think it was only had a shotgun to his name. Absolutely no right. So Nosfer, he needs to respect Kilson more if that's
Oh, speaking of.
Yeah, there you go. He's just pushing
Right
through a doorway
through.
once again. This is almost desperation territory, and we've still got 4 minutes to go.
It absolutely is. We've hit that point where the time for patience is gone, and it does create a dynamic where the comeback is nigh impossible. This really could be a GG now, and we've only hit the 6-minute mark, right? Because in this position now, Nosfer, yes, you got the speed. It's even champion stack, I guess, medium versus medium, but now you can't do anything, cute. It has to just be, I get a frag, daisy chain it together. You've got to be aggressive. It makes you predictable. I mean, this is a GG right here. I mean, Nosfer cannot come back from this.
No, he's definitely not coming back for this. I mean, the GG moment for me, as I said, was pushing up, and when Kilson pushed up the hallway and got the frag with nothing to his name. I mean, at that point, I would have quit the game, but you can't be doing that at this level, so he'll play it out. The question is, can he at least maintain a level of confidence going into the next one? That's what you've got to be thinking about now, is just getting some momentum back, getting your confidence back, almost sussing out what works and what doesn't work against Kilson, because you can see here Nosfer just doesn't seem to have an answer.
And at this point, kind of like you said, if there's anything that can be taken away from these remaining 3 minutes for Nosfer, I guess it's just keeping your hands warm, isn't it? Make sure your execution's still nice, maybe get a couple of frags that's like, okay, small interval between maps, and I can keep that energy up, maybe. I mean, let's keep in mind, our next map is going to be Awoken, right? Sorlag versus Athena. If Nosfer's able to keep himself nice and limber as we go into map 2, you're going up against the light champion, hit some of those nice sort of opening shots, and there you go. You're laughing, you're off to a good start. Right now, though, I mean, this is a solid, assertive first match for Kilson.
What we saw here was really great play from Kilson, but also just some irrational decision-making from Nosfer, forcing the issue when he should have just stepped back, not respecting the positioning of Kilson. I think we only saw one peaker of any impact this game. Such critical utility for Nosfer. And so what he wanted to do was have these man fights, and Kilson was actually A, willing to oblige them, but also B, forcing them to happen. So Nosfer needs to find a way to slow that tempo.
I think even looking at Kilson's point of view, the amount of times there was that sort of opening rocket where Kilson, good position, he's able to listen out for where Nosfer is, and he just kind of waits for that inevitable opening rocket that is unchallenged. And we were talking earlier, actually, before the show even started, right? We were chatting about the importance of that initiation, that first little bit of damage, and if it's unreturned, then you're already off to a fantastic start. Kilson had that almost countless times on this map alone, and that's kind of like what we said. He controls chaotic play, and if Kilson knows he's against a player that is known for the aggression, then he's fought that before. He knows exactly what to do. And
you can see here, even though this is dead time now, Nosfer's unable to get in on Kilson. Kilson's holding this mid ground, holding this high ground. He hasn't got control, but he's making Nosfer's life a misery. This is just not what we saw from Nosfer. Nosfer was pushing in too naively, I think is the right
turnaround.
Word, is that he wasn't understanding the way in which Kilson was playing and taking too much free damage before fights had even begun. Oh, that's great.
And even the end of this map it's almost a soul-crushing 60 seconds it was. As now we're just going through those final seconds to close out map 1. Obviously, very one-sided for Kilson. But up until the final moments, it was the kind of map where, we sit there and talk about some players that kind of use it to keep their flow going, get themselves nice and pumped up for map 2 because it's coming. Kilson didn't even let Nosfer do that. But he is clearly feeling quite good, as it will be Awoken for our second destination.
Yeah, that was a warm-up game for Kilson. Unfortunately, he wasn't tested anywhere near enough by Nosfer. But we are going into another map pick, one with the rail, one where Nosfer has a stack advantage, so can afford to take some of those risks that he was taking in this particular map. But what he can't afford to do is forfeit the positioning, forfeit control as easy as he did do in the early game on map 1 on Corrupted Keep. So it will be more balanced, absolutely, but as we've seen in the past. And a fully stacked Athena on form with confidence when anyone is scary, but in the hands of someone like Kilson, it's very deadly.
Gotta say, Kilson, a huge shout out to that LG, especially in just the opening moments of that map, the first half of it. That LG did just so much heavy lifting because he was able to hit so much of it in these clutch situations. And even now, you know, these are all just kind of bonus frags to go through what was a GG basically halfway through. You said it though, Dan, a warm-up for Kilson has not been tested yet. And if he's playing that good going into Awoken when he plays a notoriously frustrating champion, I think he's in a good spot to get 2 maps here at least.
Absolutely. 50% LG, you know, 2/3, well, a third extra damage than Nosfer, or 50% more, should I say. It was definitely the critical weapon. Nosfer did get some decent frags on the comeback, but by that point, Kilson taking off the pressure. 1,000 damage with the shotgun there as well, so just efficiency all around the board.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the items too. I'm looking at the weapon usage, and it was like only heavy machine gun for Kilson. It's just optimal weapons or bust. There's no room for anything else because his play always fresh off the spawn, and in particular those map starts. You know, that first 10-20 seconds can mean so much for the remainder of the map that you have to play. But Kilson, he just goes in with such a strong game plan that, you know, with this champion, if you get the good read on where they're going to go, you can almost, you know, take full control in the blink of an eye. And Awoken can be the kind of map that can allow that kind of confidence, Dan. So yeah. I'm kind of keen to think, you know, if we're able to see spectator side, if we can see Kilson's point of view at the very beginning, I'd be really curious to see how he starts off.
Yeah, it's a completely different dynamic now. I mean, Corrupted Keep, as you rightly pointed out, you know, Nosfer got off to the worst start possible, dying within the first 10 seconds, and then losing all map control. And Corrupted Keep is a map where it's very difficult to get a comeback and to force your way back into the game. And quite often, you do that by banging your head against the wall until you break it down. But Kilson predicted that, because that's what so often happens against most players when you get off to a bad start. You'll just run at your opponent, try and even up the stacks, and then grind your way back in. Kilson predicted that, and that's why so many of these fights were one-sided, because he was catching Nosfer off guard before he was making the advance. Awoken, you point out, we have a lot more breathing space. You have a rail to fall back on. It's a much bigger map, even though it's still a fairly small map in all the grand scheme of things. And so, with a saw lag as well, you've got the speed and the stack to make these things count.
Fight.
A little bit of extra breathing room potentially now. Uh-oh. Kilson gets the one of his best starts I think he could want, because he's got that opening rail. He knows that Nosfer isn't going to have the rail. He's got a heavy, so the stack's not even anymore.
Oh, no.
This was just like the perfect start for Kilson. Nosfer's like, come on. Throw me a bone
blessing
here.
in disguise at this point in time is that Kilson missed 2 rails out of the 4, but he's still done so much damage. He'll even be killing Nosfer here if he actually decides to switch weapons, which he does.
Hesitated though, was thinking about the highlight reel.
He was, but he played it smart, and here comes Nosfer once again, but Kilson once again predicting the aggression coming out, and Nosfer has missed out on both major items. Once again, he still hasn't got the rail. He is on that side of the map, so he should be picking it up, which you can see in the X-ray he has done now. But look at Kilson. He already knows where Nosfer is, and he's waiting out his time in the mid-ground.
This is what I was talking about. You know, this is the kind of map where those big plays on 2 items almost for the price of 1 come into element. And Kilson having that map start where he gets rail side, he gets heavy side. He knows that Nosfer doesn't have the rail, so he can just get complete free damage on the way in. I don't think he could have asked for a better start. And it wasn't just that, it was how he played from that point. You know, he took the situation and made it as good as it could be. And Nosfer is in a rather precarious position. If Kilson's able to just deny now, how does Nosfer bring himself back into this map? He has to play it slow. But thankfully, he's got time to do it.
Exactly. The blessing now for Nosfer is that he hasn't given up more than 1 frag, and he's doing exactly what you need to do. If you've got absolutely nothing to work with, as a heavy in this situation, it's not the end of the world. If you've given up full map control, the most important thing is not to take damage yourself, to restore parity by just picking up those light armors, because then you get yourself onto an even playing field, and then you have to play calculated and slow to do the first damage to get back into it. This push might be a little bit too much though, as he doesn't even pick up the heavy armor and doesn't have the right weaponry to finish up his opponent. So everything good up until that point. Execution letting him down. And then this is where it gets painful with Kilson off the spot once again. He's just whittling down his opponent and takes himself up to a 3-0 lead.
I mean, if we're talking of silver linings, this scoreline could already be much more significantly against Nosfer. It's just that Kilson, the rail hasn't actually been all the way there. It has been a little bit all over the place. And that has given Nosfer a little bit of space in some of these engagements. But what hasn't let up is just the control from Kilson. The entire map, you know, he's only just now been able to pick himself up a rail, and that's because I think Kilson's like, okay, well, you take a rail, I'll take the item. If I'm confident in my rail now, then I don't think it's going to matter all that much. How much of the map was Nosfer just kept on the end of a string? It's a scary situation to deal with, Dan.
You say Kilson's rail isn't hot. I mean, look at that. But the point is, I don't think Nosfer's even hit a rail just yet. And that's the defining factor.
He spent most of the map not having one.
Yeah, exactly. Until he does hit one, which he does then. It's just before the pickup flow. He's not able to do anything. And this is the problem. You obviously have to be quite reactionary at this point. He sees Kilson get a little bit greedy going away. The rocket jump up is no good from Nosfer, but the execution lets him down.
Now, at the very least, Nosfer does get us a spawn at last that allows him to pick up that rail to compete. If he even gets the chance, he has not really been able to do that so far. But there we go. There's the opening. And at the perfect time, as now Nosfer tries to get himself a little bit of a cheeky spawn rail. But the important thing there is the heavy. He can do something with this.
And he's been keeping track of the timings, and that's been key. That's why he was able to steal away the Mega, but no, he's caught from behind! Oh, Nosfer! Had no idea where Kilson was, and that was always going to be a risk making that play.
Oh, Kilson absolutely going to take full advantage of that. Because now what comes next? You know, the spit comes out as well. A little bit of an awkward encounter, you know, going up the jump pad where there's not a lot of stuff left to work with. Kilson does not get the damage he wants. However, he is able to somewhat stabilize. That's the drop down. What? Was definitely expecting him to die sooner. That could have been a massive mistake. But, hey, man, things have been going a little bit wrong. But Kilson just hasn't really been punished that heavily for it. You know, it hasn't cost him anything yet.
No, but Kilson is hitting the clutch shots.
Yep.
He had missed that rail when he done the drop down. He was certainly dead. Nosfer trying to make a pressure count here once again, but this time he hasn't got the stack, and this is now reminiscent of map 1. He's getting into the territory where he's feeling desperate at this point. And he's not making the right moves prior to the engagement. Once again, he's come in, but it's just before the item. Of course you're not going to win that fight. He needs to do the pre-work. He needs to keep the pressure higher before the item rotation and be able to make these moves count. And there's a big rocket launch.
Yeah, we all heard that click as well, running out of ammo at a pretty disastrous time. And hang on a minute, this is the opening. You know, this is where the shoe becomes on the other foot, as now Kilson spawning with, you know, no armor. There's nothing to work with. And if Nosfer can cycle this correctly, then this deficit, very manageable. You know, as a wise man once said, there is still time. And I just think that now Kilson, he's going to have to shift gears. It's something he's famous for doing. And he's got a rail as well. So even though Nosfer, you know, in a pretty decent position to make something happen, I think Kilson's still going to be really in charge of what's happening.
Yeah. It was interesting to see Nosfer shift gears though, because the first 3 minutes were very passive, and then he felt like it just wasn't working. And there you go, he's pushed in and he's won himself back-to-back items, and this is where the Sorlag becomes scary. And this is also where Kilson's clutch rails have been letting him down now. He's not really hit a good rail for a while. He's now pushing in, trying to use the stack advantage, the score advantage to his advantage, and makes it work.
That fight was a disaster for Nosfer though. However, able to push forward, do a ton of damage in return. Kilson, the important thing, item was in hand, and Nosfer really stuck licking his wounds. Now, this should by all means be a fight that Kilson can win, as even though the Mega got picked up, you've got no armor, and you're a bigger target.
And now Kilson will want to slow the pace down a little bit. It's been very frantic for the past 2 or 3 minutes. He would definitely want to get back control. Just play around his rail, play around positions, and try and keep Nosfer away. He won't want to take any of these messy in-game fights. Oh, caught on the ledge and levitated to his death. That's a lovely free flag.
And it levitates me. Oh!
What's that from?
It's I can't say the name.
Fair enough.
It's a movie. Either way, here we go. We'll push forward now. I'm sure someone got that reference at some point, if not. I got it, and that's all that matters. But now Kilson looking to just play this game of slippery escape. You're going to have that mobility to match Sorlag. Now the instant repositioning, Kilson keeping the items on hand. I mean, this is the perfect position for him now. And Nosfer, time's running out. It has been a rather messy map in some areas, and then just moments of greatness. So this is the kind of Awoken that I like.
Yeah, and it's very much cat and mouse now, playing keep away, just predicting his opponent, playing with the rail, almost playing with him. And Nosfer, you can almost sense, knows it's futile at this point. Well, big 7 frags the difference here. 2 minutes to go.
And in this position, Kilson's going to just do what he always does. He's going to sit pretty. He's going to keep it nice and efficient for the remaining sort of 2 minutes that we have left. And what we can really do now is just reflect on, well, what we have coming up. Blood Covenant, a map that Kilson's really, really powerful on. So I just think this has been a really wonderful series from him so far. Everything's kind of worked out well. He's had good spawns. He's played really well off those spawns. And yeah. I think Nosfer has just struggled to, I think, just break out of this control that Kilson's been putting forward. You know, he's so famous for having this restrictive style on how you can't really play against him. And Nosfer has had no surprises. You know, this is almost nothing Kilson hasn't seen a million times.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. The control from Kilson has been absolutely spot on, and if we look back at the narrative of this game, I definitely preferred the way Nosfer was playing the opening first few minutes. Yes, it was a 1-0 lead, but it was defensive, it was more calculated, it was just his execution was letting him down. There was the definite shift in gears, and you can see these type of moves coming out where he was forcing the issue. Because he wasn't doing the initiation work before that, he was going up against a very stacked Kilson in the right position. Yes, he made it count a few times, but as you said, that was kind of interspersed moments of glory, and that's not a sustainable strategy. I felt the opening few minutes was a better reflection of how he should have got back into this game. He just needed to refine that approach.
And there were a couple of fights that were kind of here and there on both sides, situations that Nosfer did what he could, but ultimately there were a couple more. Almost the second a fight went a little bit wrong for Kilson, and Nosfer was able to kind of capitalize. The very next sequence was a disaster for Nosfer, whether it was that LG juggle, whether it was just catching him in the wrong side of town, the wrong corner, whatever it was. Kilson kind of took a situation that could have been bad and pretty much eliminated it straight away. So a 2-0 at least for Kilson, working on a 3-0. If it continues this way, I think it's fair to assume that we will see that. But Blood Covenant, you know, it's always a little bit different to these other maps. It's going to be less aggressive, more space to work with. However, more rail heavy, if that's even possible.
Yes. We move on to the map where we also have 2 champions without any significant movement capabilities. So a lot more methodical, a lot more strategical with Galena versus Visor than we would have seen on the first 2 maps. And again, I just feel that plays into Kilson's hands because it allows him to control the positions and work his opponent, something that he's done very well. It might force Nosfer away from this hyper-aggressive style that we've seen predominantly over the last 2 maps. That could be a benefit, but as you rightly pointed out, it has a lot more rail, it has a lot more positional necessities to it, and it's just a map we associate more strongly with Kilson. We've seen some good performances from Nosfer on this map, but if you look at the series so far, he's struggling to find any chinks in Kilson's armor.
Now that was the difficult thing in those opening sort of 3 minutes or so where Nosfer was playing a lot more careful, I think is fair to say. At the same time, Kilson's just game of denial was fantastic. Most of that opening, it felt almost impossible for Nosfer to pick up a rail, and when he finally did, it's because Kilson wanted one of the major items instead. And you're in that position where Kilson just has a chokehold on almost all of the major items, and you can't get a rail. That is a nightmare scenario. And to be fair, Blood Covenant, there are ways on a map like this to also deny those key weapons, and I feel like that's just something Kilson's going to look to do here.
If you just look at the weapon damage disparity as well, it just emphasizes how effective Kilson's positioning's been and his just ability to catch you off guard. Like, double the damage with the LG is insane. And you've already pointed out that Nosfer's rail wasn't clicking. And not only that, the switch in strategies from Kilson was also perfect. I think the big turning point for me was when Kilson was under that significant pressure in the mid game from Nosfer. That moment where he went aggressive, following one of the frags up on the stairwell by the light armor, got the frag. That just turned the game on its head so dramatically, because that would have been a moment where most players would have continued to almost retreat into their shell. But he recognized, he sensed a sense of a moment of weakness and made it count.
However, all that's left on the table is an opportunity to make it not as severe of a loss, right? You know, getting that map at the very end, it's the difference between a 3-0 and a 2-1, and I think every player is going to want to have one of those outcomes. So, you know, this is that final chance to kind of almost have the last laugh, and something that might, I think, maybe God's bleed, right? That we kind of use that every now and then, where ultimately this is the only chance you have to make any kind of difference. Kilson's going to much prefer a 3-0. I think if he doesn't get a 3-0 here, he's going to be frustrated with himself, because he's a perfectionist. And if you can take that away from him, I think it's going to be better than nothing.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. On paper, this map should be fairly low scoring in context of the first two. It's a slower map by nature, and you've got two champions that are less able to make these crazy moves. The challenge for Nosfer is he's going to be very much based around those totems, very much based around playing a slower tempo, and you've got Kilson, who has the piercing sight, will generally have probably a positional advantage and a rail on an EU server. So the odds are definitely stacked against Nosfer, and he's going to have to slow the tempo down here, for me, in order to get any sort of outcome and really drag it out and bring out like a 2-1, 3-2 kind of victory. Really low scoring, really more structured and controlled.
As we always tend to do with Kilson, we'll keep a keen eye on how things begin, because it has been already so far, I think, quite a standard set of how the rest of the map goes. Let's just rewind and think about those. Corrupted Keep, perfect start, aggressive push, getting Nosfer in the first 10 seconds, and it was control from there. Awoken, very much the same thing. Blood Covenant does not lend itself to that as much because of just the size of the map alone, and this time round, Kilson getting that opening information. Nosfer probably gonna assume that the piercing sight was used. However, oh god, 100 damage just like that, and he gets the frag.
He will pick up the Mega though, but you know, huge split on the items at this point. No rail to his name. Kilson will now have middle ground advantage once again. You said let's keep an eye on the start, and you see exactly why.
And I think that was going to be, ooh, a cute little attempt there for Kilson to actually pick up the rail, as it was still there to be collected, but just kind of stuck you in no man's land. Nosfer made the push. Nosfer does have the timing, as he did pick up the item before. Nice little jump there. Yeah. I love that.
Nice move. Kilson already making sure he cuts off the progress to the Mega. Again, that type of small move, just awareness of the pathing of his opponent, wins him a Mega, gets him some free damage, and gets him back into at least stat control. Those are the small details that make these kind of players great.
Absolutely. I think for a long time we would look at these champions and be like, you know, they've got less opportunity to maneuver around and this and that because they just don't have the available, I think, utility. But hey, I mean, as long as you've got a nail gun, you can do something. And Kilson aware. I like those little details. However, speaking of which, positional advantage so far definitely favors Kilson as he gets a little bit of damage unreturned, and on top of that able to get a mega gigantic split between these two items. And it does feel like Nosfer has just been relegated into the catacombs. He has got the overstack though.
Yeah, the challenge is, as you just pointed out, Kilson's controlling that high ground, and without a rocket, Nosfer can't make a move up, so he's had to completely forfeit control in order to try and get back onto the high ground, because he's already there, cutting him off by the teleporter, and Nosfer, once again, will have to retreat into his second home at this point, which will be the catacombs, as he gets a full rocket. He's lost one totem. There'll be another one up in a second if Kilson doesn't find any of the further ones to regain that overstack. Kilson trying to find his prey though, has given up that high ground for the first time in the last couple of minutes, and Nosfer need to rain down some pain here to make it count, but there's a lovely little rail from below. How does he do it?
He just takes situations that you would never assume someone can get significant damage! Oh my god, hello! Courtesy, Kilson. Absolutely unreal of a push. I guess, you know, having get a few of those rockets back on track, but this has just been a ridiculous 2.5 minutes. Kilson finding shots in ways that you just don't understand. The rockets have been, I think, the real standout weapon so far for him. Just finding damage. It's unbelievable.
Those last 2 frags looked great, but it was so sloppy from Nosfer. Maybe he didn't know the timing of the Mega, but you can't just be standing there with just a tri-bolt to your name when you have a fully stacked German running at you. And then the second frag, trying to jump over to rail, when again, Kilson's in the vicinity. They're just careless mistakes. And they're the type of mistakes, unfortunately, Nosfer needs to cut out his game to take it to the next level. You can't afford to be giving a player like Kilson 2 free frags, free rails all the time. He will make it count.
Oh, I did like that from Nosfer. That was an absolute strong decision that he's going to jump down towards one of those lights, you know, because it's what you would do. It's what you want to try and stop the bleeding, and he had the position already good, even though he dropped down. So it has given Nosfer a lifeline back into this map. There's still plenty of the map left to go. But Kilson, when you play this efficiently and everything is hitting its mark, being able to just control that potential frustration that sets in, oh my lord!
My word.
Fantastic.
Not sure how Kilson did anywhere near as much damage as he did. He got caught off guard and was responding really slow. Lovely follow-up from Nosfer, though, to restore parity. Also has that overstack, so he's less concerned about getting onto the Mega, although he will want to be pressuring it. Nice get away from Kilson, though, to get away with no damage to his name. He's only got the lightning gun, though. Lovely catch from Nosfer, bouncing him around. Once again, a lot of damage coming out from Kilson. He might feel confident, depending on his spawn, to pressure this next heavy.
But pressuring the heavy when you've only just spawned, you don't have as much weapons as your opponent does, and there is still the Galena on the field. Those totems are going to constantly put Nosfer in a position where he can do something about it. However, Kilson again looking to make something happen here.
Yeah, Nosfer really needs to get this rail. This is only advantage if he can restore the ammo here. And this has to be the objective now, is make sure Kilson doesn't get a rail and just abuse that difference. Abuse the fact your opponent doesn't have that long-range weaponry. Kilson with the stack, though, could just afford to stand around, spam it out, use the heavy machine gun. But Nosfer still needs to fight tooth and nail to stop it happening.
Nosfer will be just putting himself in a position to damage on the heavy. Knows he can't pick it up, but what he can do is perhaps make it not so important to collect, as these rockets have been good as well. But the problem now, Nosfer, oh, you are stuck between a rock and a hard place. Has to make a decision now. Chooses to go up the jump pad. Thankfully, Kilson, you know, dipping back to take that Mega meant that Nosfer wasn't overexposed, but worried to see him there. He took so much damage. This does mean he can now pick up that light, so he can keep himself in the fight. And obviously, the more totems he can put down in the situation, the better. But I think he has now given up any kind of weapon control just to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, he will have given up the rail now, and the issue comes in that Nosfer wasn't doing enough damage. He was giving up all map control in exchange for positioning to protect the rail. But Kilson was fine. He was able to soak up all the items, and even though he had the rail, he could afford to just run at his opponent with rockets and heavy machine gun, because he could eat 3 or 4 rails in a row. And look at it now. Nosfer's just running for his dear life, and Kilson's barreling in with that lightning gun to get another frag. And it all comes down to map control. That's been the story of the series so far. I don't even know the last time that Nosfer touched a major item in this particular game.
That heavy machine gun is all he's going to have access to. But you know what? It is looking a little bit like the classic. Those rails don't quite hit their mark, and you're just getting damage. This is going to be frustrating for Kilson, that he wasn't able to really hit anything in that exchange, because that has now meant this fight towards heavy is going to be quite complicated.
You're at the point of no return in those engagements, how awkward they are as the railer, because if you miss your first one, you almost feel obliged to do a second. And if you miss the second, you just got to keep trying to rail to make up the deficit. So, nice play by Nosfer to keep that going, but he has to be aware of where Kilson is. Risky to go up that jump pad.
It already is looking like a lower scoring game, so we're right on the money there. However, Kilson doesn't get enough damage, and Nosfer happy to punish that. Has a lead, but stacks quite low. Heavy in position, but there is going to be a massive push from Kilson, because he knows even if Nosfer collects this heavy, he's not going to have much health at all.
The only benefit of Kilson having this much control is that Nosfer gets free reign to build his totem empire down below, and Kilson just hasn't got the time to go and find them. So At least Nosfer has that going for him. And then all things considered, it's 6-6. He cannot ask for anything better at this stage of the game, considering he has no items.
Kilson steals the heavy, and he knows he's done a lot of damage, so I think this is going to be a rather scary situation here for Nosfer. There is going to be a little bit of armor available, perhaps. But I think this is a pretty critical moment.
Nice, he's keeping control of the timing, even though he has no idea, or sorry, no control of that item, so really well played by Nosfer. The big difference here is he's just not going super aggressive. As I say that, walking through a doorway, Kilson waiting for him. But he's playing more controlled, and he's actually doing the damage now ahead of these pickups. He's manufacturing these frags, and that's been key. Kilson has picked that up without taking too much this time. Nosfer's going to pray Kilson doesn't make it across in the next 3 seconds, but he's there. He has to retreat, and this will surely be a free frag for Kilson.
It's not just the frag, it's what comes next. Kilson knows that down here there's only access to a few weapons, however, trying to make sure he doesn't bite off more than he can chew. However, not picking up the Mega straight away, that's going to completely screw with Nosfer's timing.
Yeah, Nosfer would have known that there was no way Kilson...
Moving on swiftly. I can't tell if Kilson is actually, if his feed is working. No, it is, it is. It is.
There's a move.
Just stone cold.
30 seconds to go. He has to be serious. Big rocket coming out. He knows this heavy is the biggest item at this point. He needs to do some sort of damage. But not him out. Oh, he can't connect with the second. Kilson's on mega pursuit, but Nosfer has the time to get back across. Kilson listening out. He's come through the mid ground. Big rocket to come out. The German, a second does connect.
Oh my lord!
Somehow Nosfer survives, but so does Kilson. He's still railable. Nosfer is not, but there's a big rail. He's knocked him down. Kilson gets out alive, but so does Nosfer. He's on the right side of the map for the items. He's also taken out that Totem Empire, and Nosfer is counting his lucky stars. He's alive, but how has he not finished off Kilson?
I am absolutely gobsmacked that no one died in that exchange. However, as we have entered sudden death, this has got to be it. Nosfer, there's barely anything to bring that stack back up. It doesn't even matter that the Mega's up at this point because Kilson's on the hunt, and this is it. That is going to be a clean turnaround, but oh my god, that fight near Mega at the end, that was a real clencher. It was.
It's the right adjective, it was, and really well played to Nosfer to regroup, come back in it after maps 1 and 2 being, you know, pretty poor in terms of scoreline perspective. But this is what I wanted to see from Nosfer more and more, and I mentioned it during the game. He was forging his way into the game. He was making calculated moves. He was taking up positions and doing the chip damage he needed. His rail wasn't particularly strong all game long, but he hit the clutch ones. It was more the fact there was patience there. He maintained a good oversight of the items. He played slow. He respected the positioning of Kilson. And because of that, he was able to build frags and build a lead through a structured approach. And that's what I really like to see.
Now, we can see we didn't actually manage to catch the fight here in the replay. The final confrontation is going to be the one, but yeah, that was absolutely unreal. Kilson hitting so much damage, and not only that, but I think the rocket knockback alone put Nosfer in an awkward position where he couldn't actually land that final rail. Yep. There were a couple of shots that if he got that one hit, it would be a 2-1. But just Kilson's defensive play, we talked about controlling the chaos. That was a prime example. Well done, Kilson. And
it's showing through the damage distribution here how much more control and awareness that Nosfer had. You know, previous maps, Kilson was massively outgunning Nosfer, particularly on the lightning gun and rail. Completely reversed it, even across the board. And it's because Nosfer wasn't putting himself in situations where Kilson was able to capitalize upon those weaponry. He kept him under pressure, he kept the angles tight, he made sure he understood where Kilson was at all times. That's the Nosfer we need to see more of in future weeks.
And that's going to be just one series of a fair few as we get through the day. Kilson taking a 3-0 over Nosfer. Nosfer going to be kind of gutted, I think, that he couldn't secure that final map. It was so close, but I think Kilson just playing as outrageously good as we expected. So that's all we can say about that one. Our second series is going to be CNZ versus Rafa. After a short break, we'll come back with more Quake Pro League. And just like that, we're going into our second series of the day. CNZ versus Rafa. Rafa, who has just been consistently looking fantastic. CNZ, who we truly haven't seen much of, Dan, and I'm curious to see how he shapes up today.
Yeah, he's been one of these players that's been... I don't want to say he hasn't kicked on massively since he broke through, and he set the bar very high, and he's maintained it, but he's definitely been slowly progressing consistently. He got whitewashed a few times last season, but he's somebody that always finds a way to grind up results, keep in matches, and actually he's one of these players that sometimes performs better against the very best. He gave Rafa a hard time. I think it was Quake last year or the year before. And he's very much a tournament-based player, just ends up getting quite far into brackets further than people that end up being ranked above him in the league. So just can never count him out, but Rafa is an entirely different animal, as you've already pointed out.
On that note, we'll look at picks and bans, because I want to know what we're going to be looking at. Blood Covenant first, and then Corrupted Keep, Deep Embrace as the final destination. And I think when we actually look at the champions too, Slash understandably removed. She can be quite powerful on that Blood Covenant, as we've seen many times before. Athena versus Anarchy, I think it's just going to make for a really exciting, different style of Blood Covenant compared to the ending of Kilson and Nosfa that we saw merely moments ago. Corrupted Keep after that, Strog versus Sorlag, and then Deep Embrace, Galena and Keel. So it's not really going to be very movement heavy, unlike what we normally see on that map.
Yeah, it feels to me that Rafa wants to play fast, combat heavy Quake here. I mean, the removal of Ruins, not picking up Veil, he's trying to keep CNC away from playing a defensive playstyle. That's what my gut tells me. You know, he's picked Athena and he's picked Sorlag off the bat. Very fast champions, can keep the pressure high, set a high tempo, and then he's picked Deep Embrace on the final one. So definitely a clear play style from Rafa here. And if you look at CNZ's picks, he loves Anarchy, great on Blood Covenant, probably the classical pick in that particular matchup. The Strog on Corrupted Keep, again, another pretty typical pick there. And then we end up with, I think it was Galena on Deep Embrace. So that's the one I'm worried about. Quite difficult to play that champion on that particular map. But also Keel doesn't have the best maneuverability, so it comes more around who can truly fight for that high ground. I think Keel will generally win that one up, but be an interesting finisher to say the least.
And at the same time, it's going to be Rafa's Keel, which has consistently been proven to be one of the most efficient. So that's an extra dynamic, I suppose. And I've been watching a fair few of the 2v2s that Rafa's been playing, you know, kind of keeping those combat skills nice and sharp. So, you know, I'm curious to see what he brings to the table today. I think it's really hard to bet against him. Just it's the nature of Rafa, the nature of the number one, really, isn't it? But at the end of the day, CNZ can rock up and surprise us because he's always been kind of, you know, regarded as that silent killer of a bracket.
Yeah, from looking at the picks, if I'm honest, I do feel they lean in the side of Rafa today, and that's a common story when it comes to Rafa. Somebody that definitely puts in slightly more thought and strategy to the picks and bans than most other players. Not massively one-sided, but definitely going to give Rafa the edge here and still leaning towards a 3-0 as most people expect.
However, it will be CNZ getting the side of the armor, which might give you a little bit of a good start. But he's going to be cycling around. Rafa, perfect positional play and just ready to punish that advance. Exactly what happened, and already CNZ, an opportunity that could have been created there. Rafa snuffed out instantly.
Yeah, no hanging around. Rafa keeping the pressure up already. And unlike the previous match we saw on this one, we've got two champions with great maneuverability, great versatility. Athena more so than the Anarchy. Anarchy can become quite predictable in her pathing, his pathing, should I say, around the map as Rafa drops in already. Look how fast he is across the map there.
And we got to see instantly an almost look of disbelief from CNZ, how he took so much damage so quickly in that situation. That was just a beautiful display. As now Rafa slowing the game down. Ooh, nice little rocket angle.
I think it was more the speed. I don't think he expected Rafa to be there as quick as he was. And that just caught CNZ completely off guard and already flying on through, catching CNZ even without the right weapon up already. He has to use the inject. And ultimately, it's a wasted inject as it comes to naught. Rafa gets away with the item already. We haven't even really seen a rail at this point. He's just trying to close the gap and get in close and personal. That's what we kind of talked about in the intro catch-up. Rafa just wants to play combat-heavy Quake today.
And I actually love that decision from Rafa too. It was, you have a machine gun and I have a rail. I did miss the first shot, but I actually haven't got to make up any damage. So I'm going to just swap to the machine gun and throw down.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you're not taking any, you can afford then to waste a bit of time swapping across. And CNZ trying to get on the rail here. He needs to slow it down, but Rafa coming in with that shotgun. And CNZ just can't do anything. He looks helpless.
And Rafa, listen out for that noisy hoverboard. Always been one of the weaknesses of Anarchy. Really a bull in a china shop. But I think that as we push forward now, the scary thing is that Rafa has all of the toys. And CNZ, he's going to have to go out of his way to pick some of those up if he wants to get back into the fight. But by doing so, he can't cement himself. He can't have presence. And look at the delay between these items too. This is that absolute methodical textbook Rafa. You know, this is, we're already started the map. He's got full control. He's got all the items, and now CNZ just looks like he cannot break into this.
No, and what Rafa is so good at is putting on that bit of pressure just before the item rotation, which means CNZ then just cannot afford to challenge. CNZ's forced onto the back foot, and he's using the Athena as absolute protection as he does push on in here and gets the frag. I was about to say, he uses it perfectly to push on through these doorways and force his opponent away, but there CNZ takes the initiative. He hits his first rail of the game, I think, and manages to convert that into a frag. So, step one complete. Just got to keep doing that for another 7 minutes.
Already hitting a good rail. Hits a second. Oh, Rafa does go for the other direction. CNZ was expecting it, but he's still... Oh, that would have been such a clean rail to hit.
He knows how low Rafa is, but Rafa's already in the vicinity, keeping the pressure up once again. Needs to keep whittling down the Anarchy. He knows how important it is. He goes in aggressively with the nail gun. The shotgun does miss, however. And Rafa's come out on top. He should win himself the Mega here, and CNZ's going to just try and get back to some sort of parity on the stack. No inject up either for another 10 seconds, so just needs to run the clock. But he knows Rafa doesn't have the right weapons to finish him off, so he can buy some time.
Unfortunately, CNZ missing that opening rail. Definitely going to be quite punishing in this exchange as the heavy drops down. Very important rail to hit. And now, actually, almost completely even. Maybe not so much, actually, with CNZ having access to the inject. So this does create an interesting Mega.
Does indeed. He's a little bit early, but Rafa should be showing to do an awful lot here. Still hasn't got a rail, so it's just again going to be the heavy machine gun. And CNZ's happy to oblige, knowing he's got a stack advantage. Oh, he does have a rail. Must have picked that up just after the last pickup, but he's making that count. Some great rails coming out from both these players today.
Oh!
Nearly
Speed. Speed is the key word here. That Rafa.
Yeah, he's making Anarchy look slow. Just absolutely high level Athena play here. And unfortunately, he's caught CNZ off the spawn twice. And that 4-1 has now moved very quickly into a 7-1.
And Rafa's flawless timing on the items meant that he knows he can push CNZ, he knows he can fight, he knows he's got no weapons to do anything, and even then he could drop down and take all the lights before he even grabbed it! Rafa. Delicious.
Yeah, just unparalleled conversion. We saw CNZ take control for a good minute or two, and Rafa was able to trade damage, whereas CNZ is just getting converted upon time and time again. He's gone up top here. He will take the Mega. Rafa's just repositioning to make sure he doesn't even get out of the zone. It doesn't even matter. And as you pointed out, Ketchup, the noisy boy in Anarchy is just, it's like having a constant piercing sight. You almost know consistently where your opponent is.
I think at this point, Anarchy should just turn it off, put it down and start walking.
Just stand still. Yeah.
And in this case, Mega up next, but it's not a Mega that Rafa is particularly worried about. If he can keep that armor count low, then as long as he's hitting these rails or getting the damage that he needs to, I don't think it's going to be as much of a games changer as it needs to be. Rafa, speaking of which, another rail hitting its mark. Oh, make that two. Okay. That spectator thing or something? Either way, Heavy's in play.
Bendy rail.
It's like that movie Wanted.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's a big push, and Rafa. Oh, when Athena is just flying in like that and constantly repositioning, it's just ultimate advantage. A nightmare to defend against. Now Rafa, oh, does manage to get it just in time. Can't quite trade it out though. Was definitely looking for that rocket to at least force them to spawn at the same time. However,
Man. The crazy thing in this game, Ketchup, is it feels that CNZ's been playing pretty damn well, and yet it's 10-2. And honestly, part of that is just the vulnerability of the Anarchy, and moments like that where Athena just can capitalize upon the smallest of mistakes. And that's been the most impressive thing to me, is just the decision making and the general Athena play from Rafa. The way in which he's just used that hook to manufacture opportunity through doorways just like this, if it worked, is just unparalleled, and CNZ cannot cope with the dynamism that Rafa is showing.
And this is that classic Rafa maneuver. Drop down and take the light first, then take the heavy, make it so CNZ has almost nothing to work with. And even then, actually, if you want to go and get some armor, there's only one place at the moment that you can go to pick it up.
Yeah.
And it's very predictable, and it's very out of the way. Rafa does manage to pick up CNZ. Perfect time on it.
Wow.
Or maybe not perfect time if you're in CNZ's shoes, because right as he died, almost on the frame, Negra appeared. Ooh!
Oof. Yeah, and it's just been perfection from Rafa, really. 14-2. Like I said, it doesn't even feel like a 14-2, but here we are, 15-2, should I say.
Did you see Rafa's eyes? What are you doing there? He was thinking.
Yeah, it's definitely careless at this point from CNZ. You can tell mentally he's checked. He's checked out. But the execution from Rafa is just unbelievable.
It has been near perfection from Rafa so far, and there's a strong reason that when we look at players that are considered the best with Athena, Rafa tends to be in that sort of top 3 list, right? At least. Because it just complements his style so perfectly. I'm almost feeling nostalgic because this kind of Athena performance on Blood Covenant was something we would see from Rafa quite often. And I think we're going to be seeing it a fair amount more as we progress throughout this stage of Pro League. What a flawless performance in Map 1. And it is only Map 1 there.
It is, and I mean, Rafa is so good on every champion. You can hardly argue one's iconic for him.
I know.
But I would have to say, the Athena is probably the one I would pick as Rafa's scariest form, because you can see in situations like this, when he picks it, he has a reason to pick it. And we've seen it in the past. That, I mean, the most memorable for me is the Razy clutch. I think it was on this particular map.
It was. I remember it well.
And the strategy and the thought process of why am I picking Athena, and when he knows the reasoning, you can see what happens. Anarchy just had absolutely no chance in this situation. Athena it nullifies the biggest strength of Anarchy, which is his speed. And Athena is quicker, more versatile, better maneuverability, and he just absolutely exploited all of those qualities.
And if you're pushing hard enough and you're managing all the stacks correctly, that injection may as well not exist because you simply delay the inevitable. I remember that series well, though.
Yes.
You know, that map when it was the clutch Athena. I actually remember, I think it might have been me. Rafa was asked about the whole map, and I'm pretty sure the answer was something along the lines of, would have banned clutch if I could, didn't get the chance, so I just had to think, what can I do? And that was really the beginning of everything that we've seen from his Athena on this map from that point onwards. Clearly just goes to show the calculated nature of those picks and bans. The champion matchups are such an important dynamic at this level of play. You have to look at matchups carefully. You cannot pick yourself into a bad matchup or even leave the opening there. I think there's such a mind game that takes place at this level of Pro League where Rafa goes into it with a real scientist's mind, and it shows.
And what I really enjoyed about this from Rafa was just the strategy, as I said, using the Athena to close the gap, to get into Anarchy's face, and the macro game, understanding the pathing of Anarchy, the objectives, and getting there first, being able to capitalize upon the lack of awareness from CNZ. And you could see the game shift as he was closing the gap, trying to force his close combat situation to start. But then he realized, oh crap, I'm hitting all my rails. I'm just going to continue railing. You can see, ends up with 70% rail. absolutely insane. And then you compound that with the fact he almost had perfect eye control. It was flawless, and then that goes to his credit, because like I said, I didn't feel that CNZ was playing badly. It was just Rafa was playing unbelievably.
And it's a standard, we actually talk about CNZ set himself an incredibly high standard during his breakout performance a while ago now, actually, now I think about it. But even then, being able to play at that level, comparing it to Rafa, who, if he plays a map like that, that was a brutal scoreline, 19-2. I know a bunch of the frags at the end are kind of just frags that we're used to seeing when it's almost over, and you kind of just go through it, keep your hands warm, whatever it is, and those frags will snowball. You almost forget about them, don't you? But it was just that from pretty much the get-go, Rafa had that control. It can sometimes take him a while to build it up because he does play slow. He looks for that one opening where he can just lock the whole map down. It just kind of so happened that it happened early, and from that point it was CNZ was just against it all the way, because then you have to add the champion matchups on top of it, and just everything was working against him. And hey, it was only one map, so there's 2 more to go.
Exactly, but the strategy was there, the execution was there, and the scariest thing, I think, was just the execution as well. Beyond everything else, we expect almost flawlessness in terms of strategy from Rafa, but he's not somebody that bases his game off aim. And so to see him hitting 70% instead of the usual 40 to 50, it's a game changer, because it opens up even more opportunities for him. But that's Athena. We're moving out of that zone now. Should be a little bit more balanced onto Corrupted Keep, which was Rafa's pick.
And as Corrupted Keep begins, it will be CNZ that we're going through the eyes of so far. It'll be heavy side spawn, but a rather significant push in already. Not the end of the world, but I think a rather average engagement either side. However, what happens from this point on as the heavy machine gun, that is starting to absolutely pay its own bills as CNZ gets really good damage. Rafa forced to retreat, but there's enough time for that heavy to spawn that CNZ can assert himself here. Is Rafa just going to concede? Yeah, there's really not much he can do. If he made his presence known, he was going to be toast.
But he works his way onto the Mega, so they do trade in that aspect. CNZ can get across quickly to cut off the exit route from Rafa. A little bit greedy there to take the pathing he did, and CNZ makes it count. Rafa, though, does manage to regroup a lot of the stack. It was saying that huge rocket, direct rocket, in fact. Rafa now has to retreat into the cubby hole and work out where CNZ's position, because we're going to see a very similar situation where Rafa, his goal now is to trade positions and take that Mega away. But CNZ is waiting, and he is killing Rafa. Going to try and force the spawn to take away both the items. Great play by CNZ, and he's done exactly that. 2 huge rockets nullifying the pickup. But the tanky Sorlag isn't too unhealthy.
That was the kind of play that this level is all about, that CNZ knew where the spawn was going to be. He knows he can make it so the Mega is kind of almost non-existent, and then equalize stack. Obviously, Sorlag much larger, much heavier, more stack to work with, but I like that CNZ is keeping these strats in play. A rather simple maneuver, but how much it can keep him in the match, it matters such a great deal as the items. Here we go. In position for Mega. This was part of the plan. However, they're going to trade the items once more. Rafa really has been the one a little bit sort of behind in these encounters so far, but it's only 1-0, so he's kept it not so major. Make that 2-0 though. What's coming next?
Would like to see slightly more aggression from CNZ. He's definitely respecting Rafa, and that is completely the right thing to do. But you can't let Rafa get an almost free heavy in that scenario, because then he will just come flying right back at you. That's exactly why he's picked the Sorlag, and you can see here the pressure coming out from Rafa. Fortunately, the CNZ hits an amazing rocket to completely stall that progress. However, my point still stands. He needs to be a bit more proactive. Otherwise, this is going to happen.
From this position, Rafa, oh, there's the Pika. Pretty safe time to go for it, all things considered, and
nice.
Still with the high ground. That's a frag on the board once more for CNZ.
Yeah, very, very back and forth at this point, but CNZ has the lead. 2 frags is it. Rafa picks up the heavy, but didn't have any weapons. He's only got a shotgun, so nice position by CNZ to try and exploit that fact. And Rafa, lucky for him, does hit another big rocket. But CNZ is making the right decisions now, and he's quite happy to take these fights.
And I'm enjoying the assertiveness of CNZ. Happy to throw down again! There's the rockets! They just continue to be deluxe. As now Mega probably going to be that next objective. Rafa really stuck in a bit of a weird position, but that's it. That's the push. Happy to concede the damage if it means he can at least pick it up, but that is going to be a free heavy.
What?
Wait a minute!
How does he get there?
I have no idea. It had to have been some kind of horizontal rocket jump or something, but what the hell was he doing there? Instant transmission.
But I absolutely love the way CNZ played that rotation because he knew it was always going to be a trade in the items. And so what he did is he forced the spawn, he worked out where Rafa was, made sure he pressured Rafa, and then just took whichever item Rafa didn't, which means Rafa picked up a very weak item, which is exactly why Rafa went aggressive. He's like, I have nothing to work with, I may as well waste my life trying to do as much damage as I can. Really smart play by CNZ.
And there is such confidence in the gameplay that we can see right now. We haven't hit the halfway point yet, but... oh, that is going to be a little bit of free damage for Rafa as soon as he gets knocked into the jump pad. You hate to see it. And that's it. Get rid of the Pika straight away. Try not to get sniped by that rocket. And now Rafa. The objective. I like the position at least. You know, pick up those two lights, get one free rocket that might have been uncontested, and then you've got the heavy free ready to pick up. But CNZ, he's not overextending. We've used the word to describe him many times. Discipline. CNZ, not much of a risk taker. You know, there's so much method in his actions.
But this is a critical game of the game catch up because Rafa is managing to forge himself back into a decent stack advantage. But however, CNZ's managed to fall his way back into that stack. So what CNZ can't do, as much as the discipline is there, and he's just done it, is he can't afford to retreat into his shell. But here he comes plus forward once again. Rafa got greedy, he's given up a frag, he's given up both items, and now he's on the back foot. CNZ's going to take away the light from him as well. Rafa's done a lot of damage. And we'll see him flying back in here because he knows he's got 10 seconds to fight with, and he knows he cannot afford to give him a free rotation here. So lovely push by Rafa. He's spawned with a big stack, as he will do. CNZ's fighting for his life, but Rafa's coming in once again. Has he worked his way out of position? Yes, he has. Rafa actually looking a bit rattled.
And from this position, I mean, we've talked about the snowball nature of Kratz. We keep many a time. Even with the likes of Rafa, CNZ has created a significant deficit that if Rafa doesn't really start getting something online now, this is going to be a 1-1 situation. CNZ has played absolutely fantastic, and Rafa... whoa! What is going on here? What a shot!
This is perfect from CNZ. As much as we gave kudos to Rafa from map 1 and the style he was playing, exactly going back the other way for CNZ here. He's playing absolutely spectacularly, and he's adjusted his playstyle to what Rafa's doing. He's, for my taste, he's been too aggressive in some situations.
You said it though. In that first map, it wasn't even like CNZ was playing bad. It was still good, both sides. It was just Rafa was better. I think the shoe's on the other foot on this map, as I think we're definitely going to have a 1-to-1 with the way things are going, and that was just get yourself back in the game as fast as possible. You can't pick up any health at that point, so you may as well just concede. Now, Rafa, is he going to be able to do this? Because he's going to he has to get a lot of clean frags. Easier said than done with the CNZ playing this well.
He needs to get clean frags, he needs to get control. But if there's one player that can do it, it's going to be Rafa. And if there's one champion you'd probably give him, it would be something like a Solak. Because at least if it's not a clean frag, or sorry, at least if he dies getting one of these frags, he spawns with such a heavy stack he can come and refrag. That's what he needs at this point. And he needs to keep the pressure on, but CNZ is more than ready.
Even just the weapon choice. You know that Rafa is going to be full steam ahead because he has to be, which means that he's doing a lot of bunny hopping, right? He's going to be doing a lot of that air movement, and that's just going to be party time for an LG, because you get stuck in place all over, and CNZ's LG has just been on fire, even more of it. I mean, this has been a fantastic map for him so far, and I reckon 1-1 is a safe bet, and it's going to be Deep Embrace as the decider, the way things are currently going. Rafa probably going to drop again. Maybe not, we'll see. Bang!
Nice. Yeah, and at this point you have to call it, 2 minutes to go. There's just no way Rafa gets a comeback. And so Rafa will be dropping a map, and CNZ at least will be taking it to a decider. At least. And yes, we said it a couple of times. The scoreline was big on map 1. The scoreline's big as map 2. CNZ has played very well in both maps.
Oh, and that rocket. These rockets have just been fantastic. All map long. Impressive stuff from CNZ, not messing around, here to play. Completely just negated what happened in that first map. And it's an underrated strength of competitive players, right? Not just in Quake, but any game. Excuse me. When you're in these kind of positions, when you just lost map 1 in insanely dominant fashion, you have to forget about it. You know, there's no time to reflect. You can't let it bother you. You got to stay in your game and then bring it just as hard on the next map. That is easier said than done for most of us. And a player like CNZ is just so calm, rarely gets, you know, tilted or bothered by anything. And being able to just bring it on this map against, you know, Rafa, strongly considered the #1 Quake player of all time. Here comes CNZ when the chips are down, bringing this map in dominant fashion. It's just great stuff.
Well, I think I can't even remember a map where Rafa's lost this badly. I mean, you could barely remember a map that Rafa's lost, let alone currently 16-4. And so you have to just give ultimate kudos to CNZ to pull this performance out. And for me, it's not like it's unexpected. Definitely thought he could bring a map out against Rafa. Would I have predicted a map win? I wouldn't have said I expected one, but he could definitely do it. Would I expect this level of dominance? Absolutely not. So, really, really great play. I guess maybe this is a hot take, but if I look back at the kind of the history of Rafa over the last few stages, last few seasons, his worst performances generally come on heavy champions, in my opinion. And it, you know, I think like the scale bearer matches he lost against Maxter, for instance. When I think of these matches, he often, uncharacteristically, gets pulled into a rush style. He tries to push his advantage, he tries to abuse the stack and the speed that he has. And they're the matches he loses. That's almost what it felt happened here today. And not to take anything away from CNZ, he forced Rafa to do that and he took up the right positions to counter it. But we saw uncharacteristic pushes from Rafa that resulted in only his death. And there's definitely something there. There's definitely a slight weakness in his game because it's not the first time we've seen this type of loss from him.
And at the same time, spending pretty much the entire map looking through CNZ's point of view, thanks to the dominance that he put forward there. It just became the insane snowball effect of Corrupted Keep, and he played it absolutely flawlessly. Some of those rockets were just, how did he find them?
But whilst you say it's the insane snowball effect, which is true to some extent, it's not the characteristic snowball effect. You know, the one that we think back to like the Razy, old school Razy, where it will be spawn frag after spawn frag after spawn frag. This was more him playing a solid positional defensive game and Rafa running at him. You know, look at that, 3,000 damage with the lightning gun, 1,800 with the rocket launcher. The damage output on the defense was absolutely insane. And there would have been another parallel universe where, you know, 2 or 3 of those frags, he would have missed a shot and Rafa would have taken it and won the game. That's the small margins that you're playing with when Rafa's running at you like that. But today, he was just hitting everything.
I tell you what, it's not every day someone can say they took a map against Rafa with that kind of deficit. So above all else, I mean, that's an impressive feat on its own. But we haven't got much time to sit and reflect on it, Dan, because up next, we have the decider. It's going to be Deep Embrace. Very, very excited. If memory serves, Galena versus Keel was the champion matchup there. So once again, Rafa is going to have the stack on his side on a base level. But I mean, those totems, going to have to scout them and keep them out of there, really, because I can't actually recall the last time I saw this champion matchup on this map. It's been a hot minute, I think.
Seen it once or twice. I think I remember Garpy versus, I think it was base, maybe? But I've definitely seen it once or twice. It's very rare, as you say. I think normally we'd see it this late in the day, so you get better proven champions. However, we're here, and again, there is a stack difference, but we had a stack difference on the last map, and look what happened. There is a rail back in play now. This is a slower tempo map in that you can control the high ground a lot easier than on a map like Corrupted Keep, which is more chaotic. So I do expect Rafa to retreat into a more methodical style than we saw on map 1, but he is against somebody that can play Keel at a very high tempo and make it snowball. So CNZ's going to have his work cut out, and I do expect him to play a lot around the low ground, to play a lot around the rail, and to be a lot on the defense once again.
just being able to contain that pressure that's been put forward.
Yeah,
This is a
exactly.
rather pivotal moment. You know, we're not used to seeing Rafa lose a map, let alone the threat of losing a series here in the Pro League. So it's really kind of all to play for. These weeklies, every win can count, but I think a win of this caliber is going to really sort of ascend what people would think of CNZ. He's always been recognized as a fantastic player, one of the best out there, but if he can get a win here today, it's something that we'll be talking about probably all season long.
Well, yeah, because it will probably be the only loss Rafa has all season long. Maybe, it might be a few
Maybe
more
not.
on the way.
There could
Now
be more.
now we got a global league, but it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen too often. And you know, look at those scorelines. CNZ went from a 19-2 loss to a 19-4 victory. That is more than just a flip.
Now, at this point, as soon as we're ready to jump into Deep Embrace, rest assured we will do. So as soon as the map's ready, we'll be in there. Prediction-wise, what do you think here, Dan?
Well, I imagine Rafa's going for a rage restart of his client at the moment, and he will mentally reset doing that. I do expect a Rafa victory. I think, all things considered, this will probably play out a bit more like map 1 on Blood Covenant. Obviously, it's much smaller than that, but in terms of the dynamics, in that you can control that high ground, you can play around the rail, you can play a slightly safer game. I do expect Rafa to reset and win it, but CNZ's shown more than enough to keep it close and more than enough to take it away from Rafa, but I expect a Rafa victory.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Neither of us are actually in game today, so that's normally we can be in the lobby and we can be like, you know, well, someone's saying this and saying that, but we don't have such luxuries today. But what we do have luxury for is the decider map between CNZ and Rafa, who is going to take the series. And I'm pretty sure this might be a test. No, wait, yeah?
No, we're playing. It's just his camera's
Yeah, his
frozen.
camera froze.
I thought he's playing with one hand.
Yo,
Very
one-handed
casual.
games?
That could be a spin-off.
Oh, he became a PNG.
Still looks hot. Anyway, Rafa on lightning gun side of the map. CNZ with the rocket and rail at his disposal. Standard start here on Deep Embrace.
Gonna have to have that critical beginning. So far, keep yourself as topped up as you can, but you know that your opponent's going to have stack against you for days, especially if you don't have a chance to get those totems on deck. As we continue, there's not one on the map so far, and it is such a small map. Hang on, the rail fight begins. The quick escape, somewhat of a rail opening, but I just don't think CNZ believed that he would truly be there, right? It was one of those things that you almost had to preemptively fire almost. But either way, a bit of a push. The center point. Oh, there's the opening rocket for Rafa, and with the armor on his side, this is definitely a good position for the American. Can he keep it going, though?
Yeah, and this is what we expected. CNZ relegated to these low grounds. The catacombs of the map doesn't have his totem up either, and it's going to be a struggle to get the overstack up on a map like Deep Embrace. He's under so much pressure here. Good efficiency there to get the best of both worlds, but Rafa is so tanky and in the position to keep the pressure on. He will have learnt from last map though, just pushing into CNZ could mean your death! And that is exactly why.
So many little details there, Dan, that just allowed that to happen there for CNZ. The fact that he collected that health just right before the rail connected. Oh my god! Hole in one!
Say? What can you say? It's just remarkable.
I'm trying to think who wouldn't be tilted by what just happened there if they were on the receiving end. That is a horrendous outcome. And wait a minute, CNZ continuing the pain. Rafa looking like he's in trouble right now, Dan.
Yeah, it looks a little bit desperate with a couple of these pushes. The first one, absolutely the right thing to do. But, you know, CNZ is now just connecting, and he's quite happy to trade once again. Rafa did pick it up. He took a rail, but it was before the pickup, so not the worst thing in the world. Once again, he's trying to keep the pressure up, and he's in his full rights to do so. CNZ is living with but a thread to his name, and Rafa's trying to find an in, but CNZ's plus back gaming is absolutely smashing it at this point in time. Is it sustainable? I don't know. He needs to get some more items to his name. He needs to keep the pressure up on the pickups. And he's just absolutely manhandling Rafa with how slow he is. Great retaliation rail from Rafa on the drop down. But But CNZ is doing the job he needs to do.
Absolute, utter defensive play. There's been a couple of instances now where, you know, we're looking at the stack difference up top and you're thinking, surely this is a push for Rafa, surely this is a frag. But just the sheer amount of defensive rockets alone he's able to land. And then before you know it, here's the rail on the retreat. Either turns into a frag or turns into a situation where Rafa can no longer push safely. This is the CNZ that we know him as. This is like that perfect play when you're on the back foot. And it creates frustration.
It does, but unlike the first map where I felt that frustration was turning into more pressure from Rafa.
Oh my god, Rafa is not going to be happy that shotgun didn't kill. He is not going to be happy about that at all.
You can also sense Rafa is taking his foot off the pedal a little bit because he understands and he's trying to calm himself. He's trying to make sure he manufactures a safe frag. But you look at the reposition from CNZ. Yes, he's playing plus back, but he's also plus backing into positions where he can do more and more damage. And he's almost goading Rafa into pushing time and time again. Really smart play from CNZ to play the angles the way he is, but here you go, the pressure's beginning to build. CNZ's missed the rail, and that gives Rafa more license to push. So this is why I'm asking, is it sustainable? Because at one point in time, Rafa's going to convert one of these frags, and then it could snowball. So CNZ has to keep it top of this game.
And it is taking a while to actually land these frags. That was a pivotal moment. However, the damage he did as he retreated, enough to make it so Rafa has to collect some health on the way. And hang on a minute, actually walking right into that LG. CNZ pushing forward. Wait a minute. That's an important frag.
I think a lot of players right there would have gone, oh, I just lost a frag. It was just for a pickup. I just need to protect myself. CNZ recognizes he has to keep in Rafa's face. That was so crucial. He has to keep the pressure on Rafa as best he can.
And now Rafa, he really needs that heavy. Not necessarily for him to have it, but for CNZ to not have it, as there is still time to mount this comeback, but the clock is ticking.
CNZ doesn't have a rail either, so he has to find a way to get over to that side of the map. I'm sure Rafa does realize that as well, so we'll make a bit of an emphasis to prevent that from happening, because without that, CNZ is limited in his defensive options. And here you go, he's trapped, and Rafa will get a clean frag, and that's a big one. He can force the spawn, get another free frag here. And so the comeback begins. He's also used his totem to stay alive there. I don't know if I agree with that. He was probably dead anyway, so let's hope it doesn't come back to bite him.
And now a major push forward did manage to get the LG near spawn side, so it is going to be a fight that Rafa wants to be careful about how he takes. Shotgun in and out. CNZ goes down, and just like that, Rafa is back on it. Now he is able to get a little bit of armor too. They trade rails, but what's up next? They both go for it. Sneaky stuff. The armor will not stop the rail from killing. However, oh, there's the tri-bolt, Rafa!
My, so smart. And you can see on the previous map, CNZ might have been able to convert one or two of these frags. But the challenge for CNZ is he's doing all the damage, but now is because he's doing it off the spawn, he hasn't got the weaponry to follow up. So he's doing all the right moves, he's hitting all the damage, but then he hasn't got the follow-up weapons. And that's the challenge now, is he needs to forge and build his way back into this set, because at this point, now these pushes are futile. Rafa has control. CNZ needs to step back and reset.
With how absolutely chaotic things were in that first few minutes alone. Rafa keeping it in the game, and now just always leading into that there's a chance. That this whole philosophy of if the clock allows for a comeback, you just need to keep your head in the game and still do what you need to do. In this case, Rafa looked for that one clean frag that he could land here. And CNZ still going down. The shotgun has just not been Rafa's friend so far, doing way less damage than he wants.
CNZ had no right to do that much damage. Still only 8 to 5 though. There's plenty of time for that to come back. Rafa, you can see, has been way more calculated than he was on either the last map or the opening of this game. Taking his time and being patient, and it's paying dividends for him now.
CNZ is going to absolutely deem that jump pad worthy if he's able to get a little bit more damage. Rafa is kind of tender here, but wait a minute. Swapping out weapons, and it's going to be Rafa quicker on the trigger finger. Gets himself another frag, and only 2 minutes left to go. CNZ kind of needs to make something happen now, and not even keeping in mind that you've got the extra stack of Keel fresh on spawn, so there's more work to do.
Yeah, now the time is obviously not his friend. Just 2 minutes to go, 4 frags in it. Keeler's a tanky boy off the spawn. It's going to be a hard ask, and Rafa seems to have now won himself the high ground. It's taken probably 7 minutes out of the 8 to get to this point, but he's built the respect he needs in order to call that home, and CNZ is struggling to get back up even onto the mid ground at this point. It's a good initiation rail coming out, but Rafa's quite happy to reposition, work his way right back around. He knows the item timings, and he's full defense at this point. He knows he's probably not going to be able to win a single one. It's all about position.
I mean, you can see the shift in game plan. Rafa less worried about constantly cycling that at this point, and now really forcing himself into those choke points. Where if CNZ does come around the corner, he's going to have to deal with either a shotgun or a close-range rocket, all of the grenades on top. Oh. It's a perfect positional play now for Rafa, who puts himself around, lands a frag there. CNZ's able to take him out, but
he doesn't mind that. Look how much damage he did. Absolutely doesn't mind dying there because he did all the work he needed to. Yes, CNZ will get this weapon, but hasn't got the stack or confidence to push in, even though he really needs to with 40 seconds to go.
Even these 3 seconds to get heavy feels like a lifetime.
It really does. 30 seconds it is now to get 3 frags. You have to say that's impossible at this point. All credit to CNZ for what ended up being a spectacular series. You know, if you look at map 1, it could have been an absolute blowout, but not only did he bring it back and make it close, he won himself a map, and he should be more than happy with that.
I mean, it's one of those things to make a player have to...
Okay.
Oh, nice little bonus frag there. But I was going to say, it's one thing to force a player to have to just hit that next gear, right? Shift things and take it a level beyond. But having to do that, making Rafa have to do that is impressive on its own. We just looked at how the opening of that map took place, and I think there was a lot of people sitting there watching that thinking, like, is this going to be like a 2-1 in this fashion? Are we going to see another one-sided map? Like, clearly there were things at play where Rafa came off an unfortunate exchange, especially at the very beginning.
That was insane. That was insane.
Oh, that was the one. See ya. That was my favourite frag in the map.
No, but as I said, unlike Corrupted, it's easier to stabilize as a heavy on this map because you could slow it down. You could play that mid ground, this high ground up right up here. You could use that rail, and that's exactly what Rafa did. Yes, there was a few frags, and CNZ built himself a nice little lead, but it didn't feel sustainable. He was consistently low. He was living off moments of magic. It didn't feel like he had the grip of the game. That was always in Rafa's control. And once he got himself into a decent position, he was able to play that lovely methodical style he has and build frag after frag after frag. And it wasn't rushed, unlike Corrupted, where he was trying to force it. So this was much more calculated, and again, it is shown in the damage here, which is almost bang on even compared to the previous map, which was much more in the favor of CNZ. So you have to credit Rafa. He was definitely rattled, and he could have moved into a mode of plus forward on this map as well, but he was his professional champion self and avoided that.
It would be very easy to get tilted off the face of the earth with how those first few frags went through. Yeah. But like you said, champion mentality, really, bringing him through, and he stuck to his guns and was able to pull out the win at the last minute. On that note, we're going to go for a break. When we come back, Pro League will continue. See you in a few minutes. Maxter versus Chain is our next destination here for the Quake Pro League, and welcome back. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX, and we did just see a thoroughly competitive series between CNZ and Rafa. That was a fantastic showing and could very well be match of the day with how things went out, but we still have 3 more series left to go.
I mean, it's up there with series of the season for me already. I thought it was phenomenal from CNZ, particularly map 2. We'd never see Rafa lose like that, so full credit to him. And map 3 definitely could have gone either way. And even though map 1 was a blowout, one of the best performances you'll see on Athena. So yeah, amazing series.
So at this point, we're going to be moving on into Maxter versus Chain. We've got the picks and bans, so let's run them over as we go through. Talk about the journey. Blood Covenant is going to be first. Deep Embrace after that, and then it will be Ruins of Sarnath finishing things off. And I mean, none of the picks here are super duper surprising. You know, I think we're going to see a nice standard game of Quake here between these two. Chain, and I haven't really seen a huge amount of Chain outside of Pro League, to be honest with you, so far. But I know that Maxter is keeping up the grind good. Haven't seen as much of him either, as we can see, hasn't actually had much games at all so far. So I think this could be a nice little refresher for the both of them.
Yeah, I think Chain's put in some okay performances this season. I said on week 1 I wanted to see more of him this year, and he definitely put in better performance that week, but still has a long way to go to make up kind of the status he had. It was a long time ago now, nearly 2 years, isn't it? So has to reflect on his play. And first Doom of this today so far. It's a decent pick on Blood Covenant. We know why he's picked it, just because you can control that mid ground very, very well. But as we know with Chain, so much of his play is based on his rail and how well he's hitting. So going to have to do that. Athena from Maxter, don't actually know how much of Athena I've seen from him. So that's going to be interesting to see how he performs here. We've already got a benchmark of Rafa's Athena, so we know what can happen. We know the upper limit of the champion. We'll see how much Maxter can make work with that. Deep Embrace, Keel, we know what to expect there. He left the Sorlag open, which is a decent pickup. Allows Maxter to go fire with a stack, and we know how much he wants to play combat heavy. Chain will try to avoid that. Maxter will make that difficult ultimately. And then we're finishing up on Ruins with the Gleaner against the Anarchy. Now, I would generally reverse the pick so Maxter can play faster, but Chain will keep away with that Anarchy and play rail heavy once again. It's up to Maxter of how can he adapt to that tempo. Can he catch Chain? Has to play smart on that particular map.
Now we're looking at the potential of the results here. It's hard to bet against Maxter in this kind of matchup because he has just been so consistently excellent, whether he's playing in an offline setting, whether he was playing throughout the course of Pro League, really. I know that Iron Fist was very much his first time in like a studio environment. I'm pretty sure his background is in like, I'm not exactly sure what the work of expertise is, but I know that it involves like, production, camera, lights and all that stuff. I think it's video, I think. So that whole setting wasn't sort of unusual to him. Wasn't like a system shock as it can be for some players. But as we go throughout the course of going back to the online realm, this is where things are always quite comfortable for some and uncomfortable for others. Whereas Max has just been cool and collected all the way through. It's really impressive.
I couldn't take it and say it any better. He's just someone that's taken every step of this journey in Quake Pro League in its stride. You think back to when he even got into the Quake Pro League, he was someone unknown from the challenges, just an exciting young Argentinian at the time playing on a laptop and probably a ball mouse to go with it. And he's obviously since graduated. Exactly. Graduated, elevated and refined his play. When he came in, he was just all guns blazing, superstar, flashy shots, but he's very much a cultured player now, and he has adapted and evolved probably faster than anyone else in the QPL, considering how raw he was. And as you said, now he's adjusting to LAN, he's adjusting back to online, he plays in South America, so many things against him, but he's done it exceptionally well. I'm obviously a huge fan of his style, and one of the few players to take maps and series away from Rafa, and he's shown us time and time again that's no fluke. This is probably a different challenge. Chain is not someone that will want to go mano a mano and Maxter. He'll be someone that wants to play that range game to try and control the map. So the question is, can Chain actually do that? Can he restrain Maxter? And on the flip side, can Maxter break that defense down? I'm obviously going to lean towards Maxter. I think he's just shown more consistency. But I do want to see Chain refine that play and get back into the QPL upper echelons, because I talked about it in week 1. I just think he needs to be more proactive in his play, be more aggressive in his play, and take maps away from his opponent. Because even when he gets a lead and gets control, I don't think he's someone that really puts his foot on the throat of his opponents and strangles the life out of them. He gives them breathing space, and against the best players, that's always going to come back to haunt you.
And with the likes of Maxter, where we've talked about player journeys, and Chain is actually no stranger to that either. As you said, although it's been a fair while now, Chain was considered for a bit to be top 2 in Americas because of just how well he was consistently performing, stepped it up, and was a real superstar of that stage, I think it's fair to say. But just times are a bit different now, and Maxter has kind of almost stolen that thunder for the Americas. I think that the last 2 players that you would think of back when the league was separated between the 2 of them, you would have like Zedeku and Maxter. They were the 2 players that were just on the absolute ascent. They were just continuing to climb and climb and climb, and sky's the limit, I guess, when you put in as much hours as they do. But now we're starting to see things round off a little bit. Everyone is getting so good that we just get some nice competitive matches, and I think we're going to be seeing that a lot today. My favour is in Maxter, I think. Whether it would be a 2-1 or a 3-0 remains to be seen. I think it could be a 2-1 in the favour of Maxter. It just depends on how Chain can really play around what's going on here. I don't think there's any curveball maps. There's no weird, unusual champion picks. It's all very standard, and it's stuff they've done hundreds, if not thousands of times before. So as soon as they're ready, we'll jump in and start map 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna pluck for a 3-0 Maxter. I actually think the maps and champions are not one-sided either way, shape or form. I actually think they probably favoured Chain ever so slightly, but not to any certain degree where I would think it would give them enough of a favour to win the series. I absolutely agree. I think it could be a 2-1 Maxter. I don't think it's going to be a 2-1 Chain. I think at best 2-1 to Maxter, just on recent performances.
I think if Chain's able to pull out this win today, it's going to be a nice little reminder of what he can do. That's one of the big things I'm looking at here, because Chain is a player that is not quite the same as his, many stages ago self, where you could really see the motivation and I think the hunger to do better and grind and really become the best player he could be. I think we did hit a point where, sometimes things happen, work, life responsibilities, whatever it is, sometimes that can get in the way. And if I recall, I think that did happen with Chain a little bit, where he just wasn't able to practice as much as he was before. And a game like Quake, if you're not able to practice it on the regular, those arena FPS skills can disappear in the blink of an eye. You have to be so active to not lose it, right? So I'd love to see Chain sort of give us a sign of how things used to be, because back then he was almost unstoppable.
Yeah, and I think the big thing since then as well is just the change in meta, the change in champions. And back then it was a much slower pace. The map pool favoured his playstyle, and we've obviously moved away from that. It's more aggressive now, combat heavy, and that's not something that lends himself to Chain's playstyle. He's someone that wants to play that slow pace, methodical game, often the range game. And if you can do that, then he's always in for a shout. It's very rare you'll actually see Chain walk away with a map, with a many frag victory. It's often quite close, irrespective of if he wins or loses. That can go both ways, and that's why I often talk about Chain needed to take that step in being more advanced and really putting forth the advantage in his game, being more pressured. So we'll see. Maxter's not someone that goes lightly in any way, shape, or form. He was someone that wants to take the game to Chain, as we still wait for just a few issues in the lobby.
I have just been told actually that we have the players in, so we should be jumping into our first match pretty sharpish. However long it takes for them to load up, I guess. I don't know if they got SSDs or something fast. I'm sure they do.
There's always one or two players in the league that have issues, and Shane is one of them. I always find his PC's issues going into the game. I mean, we can't really talk. We can't even get into the game today. Yeah,
we're cursed today. We really are. But you know what? We're going to get our games in real soon, and we'll be good to go. And ultimately, I feel like quite a few people will favour Maxter here. We're just looking at recent results and recent performances and everything else, and I think he's the safe bet, really. I'd like to see it be close, but truthfully, Maxter feels like a lot of people would say he has the edge, which, fair to say, I suppose. My question is, few changes here and there to the game, thanks to the recent patch. Kind of wondering if we're going to see any of that happen. I was quite surprised to see still... We've gone back to lobby, so we're gonna have to go a little bit longer. What I was actually saying though was I was surprised that Rafa's shotgun was as ineffective as it was, considering it's been changed recently. Because I feel like it always happens to Rafa. Rafa's cursed when it comes to shotgun spread.
Yeah, maybe that's just his aim. I don't know.
Oh no! Are you saying live on air maybe Rafa just sucks?
Not in so many words. Maybe it's rooting or something. I'm sure there's a reason that isn't him. But no, you're right. It always seems to happen to Rafa, if anyone. I think we come into play. We saw, I think it was maybe the first series today with some really good use of the shotgun, but not to any kind of fundamental degree. We also haven't seen Insomnia yet today. It's banned out once again. Don't think anyone's wanted to play it because I don't think a lot of players feel entirely comfortable in it just yet. So it's a bit of a risk. So
in some cases, when you ban that map out as well, it's kind of like maybe both of you aren't particularly confident. So it's like you're doing the other person a favor, perhaps. It's just new map things, really, isn't it? But I'm going to admit, on a sort of personal, selfish note, I would like to see it at least once, because I kind of just want to see how the meta of it might have shifted. Now the items are a little bit different.
But no one cares what we think, Ryan. That's the problem. No one cares. They're going to do their own selfish things.
They're not going to sit and go, you know what? Ryan said he wants to see it, so by God, I'll give it. No.
Why do the players forget this is an entertainment product? Why do they always have to be selfish and try and win,
Going in, they're damn tryhards. But I've just been told, I think we are having a few issues with one of our players here. So we're going to go for a quick break rather than you being stuck with our ugly mugs for a bit. And when we come back, Quake will continue. So see ya in a few minutes' time. Sorry for the delay. Okay, issues resolved, apparently. So we should be good to jump in.
Yep.
I'm crossing my fingers, you just can't see
Take 2, guys. Let's do this. We've been told it's going to work, but I don't believe it somehow.
You just don't have faith. You're a glass half empty kind of guy. That's your problem.
There's definitely nothing in my glass right now.
That's right. My partner brought me a coffee during the break, so we're good. But as we now go into Maxter versus Chain, we really have said everything that can be said about this series, so all that's left to do is see the matchup. We have been informed that the players were in there. Excuse me. Coffee during the break coming back to haunt me. We've been told that the players are in there, so we should be good to go as soon as possible. And really, just a nice little refresher to see what both of the players are bringing to the competitive table. I have been told the match is loading. You know, we're going. I don't have access to the game today, so I can't like be in the lobby and be like, "Ooh, players are readying up," and we're jumping in.
When you hear the ding in your headset, you know it's happening. We just got to have faith now. It's not a nice feeling.
This isn't how we used to do it, is it? No, it's not.
Not in my day, mate.
I don't have the right to say it. I'm only 30 this year. I'm too young.
You can still say it.
But we've talked about results. We've talked about results and predictions. And as we now jump into Blood Covenant, which, it's just so nice to see this map back in the rotation. I will admit, I missed it. Let's go. Maxter and Chain.
That is a flowery shirt. Has he got wings as well?
I didn't want to bring attention to it, but he is rocking some serious drip.
What is that? Has he actually got... I don't really understand what that is, but I'm gonna roll with it.
Well, either way, back to the game itself, we can see Chain going in with that sort of more standard pick, right? The Doom, the nice medium, the nice double jump that can kind of control that center point of the map a little bit. But Maxter, just not shy of going with that high octane if he needs to. And in this case, just the defensive play. Finally able to secure himself a rocket launcher. Not that it's going to matter from this range. However, next cycle of items continue. And that will be Chain on the drop down. Really just had no choice but to concede, really. But the fact that he's still around, I'm not sure why he's hanging about.
I mean, it works both ways. I'm not sure why Max is dropping onto a Doom with a rocket with a rail. It's just madness, but these are just Maxter things, and he makes it count. Chain has the rail off the spawn, though. Somewhat unexpectedly for Maxter, I think. Gets that retaliation frag. He's also found a weak Athena off the spawn himself. Gets done.
Whoa! The flick to end all flicks. Oh my days. This has just been
start so far, and Max sticking around with the rail. Chain looks disgusted by that, but Max already had the rail. It works both ways. 2-2. Not seeing any crazy Athena plays just yet. Just straight up brute forcing his way in. He tries to grapple his way around, but he's actually confusing himself by the looks of it. He does steal away the item, gets away with 6 HP. Chain should be a little bit frustrated there. In the right position, but Maxter is so low to be contesting. He wants to hit a rail, but thinks better of it in the end.
This has definitely been a much different pace compared to what we've seen actually from this map earlier today. You can see the dynamic of how they're approaching things, but so far it has just been item upon item. Not much of a split so far. Speaking of which, Mega is up, and I think Chain, the objective is just grab it. Oh, a little bit of a movement slip up there from Maxter, so Chain definitely going to get it uncontested.
Yeah, unfortunate for Maxter there, but he needs to spend this time repositioning, getting control of the high ground, getting the rocket, which he does. Need to see a bit more structure into this game, because at the minute it's just running from item to item, having a brawl. Maxter's going to be okay with that. He loves to have a fight, but I'm sure Chain doesn't favour that. He's got himself an item though, so we'll want to reset now, and just puts a little bit of pressure from afar onto this heavy. But having eaten that rail, getting out from the Mega area, he decides against it and just decides to consolidate his position, consolidate his stack, work his way into it nice and safely.
Well, Maxter's definitely having some issues so far. That's not the first time he actually fell down towards Banana. You can see it in his face too. There's some definite mishaps taking place. However, he is able to pick up the frag all the same, but his movement in general has been rattling him a little bit. I do wonder if he's having some issues. Ooh, nice catch.
you can see Max is not entirely happy, but as you said, he is slowing the pace down now. He's got himself a 4-2 lead. Chain just playing on the low ground, hasn't even been seen to try and...
Oh my god. I don't know what's going on here, Dan. I'm so confused.
I think the routing from Argentina to Canada is playing havoc with Maxter at this point in time.
The important thing for him, though, is that he is still in the lead. I think if this was happening and he wasn't winning the map, it would be significantly more frustrating if that was even possible. But now, currently 4-2, playing it careful. Maxter. Really, Chain has just been kind of hidden away so far. Bit of a strange exchange taking place here. There's the Berserk! Ooh, into a quick little super shotgun. Giving Doom a taste of his own medicine right there. Maxter able to pick up one more. And from this point, the items have very much just belonged to him. And truthfully, we've been watching this through Maxter's point of view for a while. I mean, Chain just hasn't had the chance to show his face. Maxter has consistently just looked out for where there could be some rail potential. Keeping Chain away from opportunities to really fight him back from those ranges. However, Chain, a cheeky little drop down.
What?
Oh my god, the grappling hook does keep him in a weird position!
What
Chain!
is going on?
I don't know. This is the weirdest map I've ever seen.
Summarizes. I don't think either one of these players has any idea what's going up. Chain is out of rocket ammo, will make his way back across. Very messy encounter. This map has been awkward to watch.
It's possibly one of the weirdest maps I've ever seen. But you know what? It's map 1. There's still 2 more left to go. So maybe there's that. Either way, Chain needs to be able to find Maxter first. And, oh, there's that defensive play. Lovely stuff from Chain, though, being able to just get in there, do some damage and escape. However, fighting Rocket for LG when the Rockets aren't doing anything, a scary game to play. However, no, he doesn't get it! And that is going to be Maxter picking up another one. There's definite frustration from both sides here.
Yeah, I've never seen 2 players look so confused playing a game of Quake before. They're both just completely at odds with what's happening, and it's really been bizarre. I mean, Chain is giving Maxter a lot of breathing space, which is why these fights are even going the way they are. You can see Max just picking up these items absolutely scot-free. Chain is barely even showing face.
The fights are just taking place in between the items, which is very unusual. Feels like there hasn't been any crucial fights on either of them.
Well, exactly. Chain is trying to punish him after the item pickup, but missing the first shots, and then Max is just taking full advantage of that. Missing the rail once again. He's very trapped down here, vulnerable positioning just to take these rail fights up on the heavy, and Chain is just hitting absolutely nothing. And we already spoke about in the intro how reliant he is on that weapon, and unfortunately, it's letting him down.
This is definitely the kind of map that I think both players are going to have to try their hardest to just shrug off. Chain being put in these situations. Grappling hook versus punch!
Huh?
Punch wins, I guess.
That was like that character from Street Fighter. What's Dalsine? Just stretched from across the map.
My quote was from Street Fighter the movie earlier, but seeing as you yes, it levitates bullet trains from Tokyo to Osaka.
Oh, that
it
sounds
levitates
awful.
my desk where I ride the saddle of the world.
Oh, you can quote that. That sounds terrible.
And it levitates me. Well, you brought it up first, so now I think I've got the pass.
I'm gonna get banned. It's fine.
It's all right.
I'll take it for the team.
We'll get banned. We'll do it together. But here we go now. 2.5 minutes left of what has been a rather unusual match, really. I think it has truly come down to who's able to sort of juggle frustrations a little bit better. A very sort of external thing that happens in the middle of a match. But really, if it happens, you just have to work around it. Easier said than done. And certainly easier for some players than others. We're all human at the end of the day.
And we're still at 7-4. Maxter's just so done with this game right now.
Get me out of this
He's so
map,
done with
Max.
this game. Oh man, we're going to see a new mouse after this or something, as he's just not happy with his performance or anything that's happening in this particular game. And once again, they seem quite happy just to let each other take items. We do have a confrontation here for the Mega. Chain connected with 2 rails, but Maxter's really stacked and obviously has a couple of grapples to get out there if he needs to. But with 1.5 minutes to go, the pressure's not even on Maxter. It's on Chain at this point.
Absolutely. Maxter can just choose to play slippery here. He's going to have a... What? What? Yeah,
this is what I meant in the intro.
I honestly think his expression is saying all that needs to be said. What the hell is going on?
But for all the jokes around what's happening, this is what I meant in the intro. And it just feels that Chain gives his opponent too much latitude. Chain's the one trying to make a comeback, and Max has almost had a free ride of the entire map to pick up all of these items. There's zero pressure coming out from Chain. Even now, he's just running away. He hasn't got time to allow this space and time for Maxter. And so watching it from Maxter's pub, you can see he just doesn't feel to be under any serious pressure at any one point in time.
Although the frustrations have obviously been setting in for 9.5 minutes, Maxter in the actual map itself has looked quite comfortable. I think he's just been able to stroll around and there hasn't been any challenges. As you said, there's been no pressure whatsoever. And it means that in a situation that really could be capitalized on, I just think there's just been nothing taking place. There's not really much else I can add to it, but Maxter, even now, 15 seconds left to go, he's just walking around the map and there's just... Where's Chain?
Exactly, this is my point. And there's been very few times where Max has been forced to almost abuse the versatility of the Athena. You know, if he wants to go vertical, he can go vertical. Doom can't do that. We didn't see that. It was more Chain just allowing him to take the map, because that's the way Chain plays. He thinks about his safety first. That's what it feels like. His safety first, and then his opponent second, which is almost a backwards way to look at it. You have to balance it at the very, very least. Because of that, you can see even the last few minutes of that map, as you pointed out, Max is walking around picking up items for free when he's the one that should be on the back foot.
Oh, that rail was absolutely fantastic. And you know, I don't want to sound like I'm judging too harshly, and you know, we had a lot of jokes and a lot of laughs here on the virtual desk, but I think there might have been something going on in that map. You know, it did look like both players, something was constantly catching them off guard and confusing them, whether it was movement, whether it was sound, I don't know. But either way, they had to make do with the situation and do the best they could, and that's sometimes all you can do. So props to them for playing on. And Maxter for being able to get that first map win. There are 2 more maps left to go. Don't know if we're going to have any kind of pauses.
I reckon we will.
I reckon they're probably both going to say, "Can I go for a restart, please?"
Yeah. I mean, that was damaging, though. If we look at the scoreboard here, the 28% rail for Chain. Say it time and time again. His game is almost exclusively built upon rail, and if he's not connecting, it's one of the reasons why he feels so hesitant, I guess, to try and push more than he does, because he just doesn't hit his shots, and it's one of those factors he has to find a way around.
Yeah, it can be quite hard to break down what happened in that map, because I think there were just other factors at play that was obviously, you know, clearly going on for them. So I assume that we might be here for a bit. We'll see. Maybe not. Maybe we'll just go straight into the next map. But either way, it is just kind of juggling circumstances, isn't it? When things happen, you just have to play on if you can. If you can do what you can to, you know, try and get it working. Obviously, I have very limited input because I don't know what's going on with them. But in this case, what is unchanged is that it's currently 1-0 to Maxter with 2 maps left to go. Hopefully, we can bring things up, you know, a level or 2.
We've been running an online QPR for 2 years now, and very, very rare do we see any sort of unusual circumstances that you can attribute to the online scenario. I'm thinking this was one of them, and we're obviously just still blessed we can continue to run the league. So if that happens, it happens. It was obviously awkward for both of them, but at least it was amusing. You know, you can say that.
Yeah, at least they were the only 2 players probably not having fun. The rest of us had a great time.
I told you, it's an entertainment product, Ryan. We have to roll with it.
No. Not
we should
like
do that
this.
for every game. Yeah.
But if we actually have a chance to, so I'm assuming there is a bit of a delay right now. I haven't heard anything, but obviously we're still here longer than we normally would be if we were jumping straight into the next map. Can we bring up the picks and bans and kind of have a refresher over the journey?
I think Max is currently just eating his router.
Just go to buy more wires. So it's Deep Embrace up next, and that is going to be another one of those just absolute heavy hitters. You know, the Keel versus the Sorlag. It's quite reminiscent of when we first started to see Deep Embrace, actually, those kind of champions. And then Ruins of Sarnath to finish things off. Just to remind, it's going to be Anarchy going up against the Galena, and that is going to be the remaining journey of today. For them, anyway. We have 2 more series afterwards, but Deep Embrace. I mean, that's a chance to really shake it off and refresh, isn't it? That map.
Yeah, it is. But we have to go back to the rail, and he needs to hit more of that rail because Maxter will be able to push his advantage with the Sorlag. And if he's coming in unscathed, it could be curtains for Chain pretty early on, but you do have a kill. You can play around the rocket and the grenades as well. He will be good at doing that, so Maxter has to keep his wits around him. I actually quite like the last map for Chain because the Anarchy gives him the speed advantage. It will allow him to reposition to have more of a positional advantage than we had on map 1 at the very least. And obviously the inject and the speed just to stay alive and play a better defensive style, because what Chain is good at, and we see it on Veil and why he loves Veil so much, is opening up angles, getting in the right position, opening up the angles. And if he has the speed, he can do that earlier, he can set up earlier. That should favor him. But you know, Veil is by far and away his best map. That's why we see it banned out. Just need to see more of that understanding of how to play the angle game across the board.
And on that note, hopefully whatever was happening in that first map is able to be resolved. Oh, I've just been told that the game was loading, so whatever was happening, where it was a client restart, whatever it is, should have hopefully been done now. So we'll jump into our second map, where Deep Embrace is going to be our next pick. Deep Embrace, as we've already seen with one of the best Deep Embraces I think we've had so far, which was the CNZ versus Rafa. That was such a good map, and for those that might have just missed it, CNZ was off to a phenomenal start, 4 frags to 0 for most of the map. Rafa just pulls off a rather incredible comeback, and it just goes to show how Deep Embrace, it ain't over until it's over. You know, as long as there's time on the clock and you mathematically can do it, just keep on going. And here we go now. Maxter and Chain, 1-0 to Maxter, keep in mind. And how is it going to go on Deep Embrace?
Massive start, but Shane pushing up into 2 rails. He's actually carrying on pushing. Very weak. Maxter hitting himself in the face, but a lovely follow-up rail. He's still not happy, old Maxter. Poor guy, not having a good day apparently.
But either way, he was able to take that first frag. As frustrating as things are, Maxter has still been able to keep his composure within the game itself, and it's not costing him. Oh! With rockets like that, certainly helps.
Chain's done okay to at least restore the stacks to a very low level, but lovely pickup from Maxter. He himself is very adept at that angle game, understanding completely what Chain was going to do. And this is where Maxter gets scary. We've seen some of his most commanding performances come on this particular map. He just knows better than anyone else how to use the rail here, really. And look at that, once again, back-to-back rails. Pinpoint precision. Could be another off the spawn, but instead opts for the chip damage with the tri-bolt. The grenades come out, but we're already at 4-0 here, catch up. It could be 5-0 soon, as Chain is struggling to even get out of his starting area.
He's definitely looking for Chain to retreat towards heavy. You know, Maxter was the one near Mega, and I think it was a safe assumption. Maybe he's going to go there instead. Actually, Chain opting to get none of it. I mean, picks the Mega up quite late and stuck in no man's land. Is able to pick up 1 rail, but misses the second, misses the third. Chain, you've said it so many times, Dan, about how rail heavy Chain can be, but if he's missing these shots, it's an entirely different beast. You know, the main part of your game falls apart, and Maxter punishing it.
Yeah, 5-0, he'll even get this Mega as well. He just can get across the map so much quicker than Chain. Actually, a little bit early, but still hits the flick rail just before it. In position for the Mega, though, and he's just working this map with style at this point in time, and Chain is struggling to keep up with the tempo, and this is what we expected with the Sorlag pick here. Chain has to do a better job of preventing Maxter to getting into this mid-ground so easily, but it's just so hard when Maxter is hitting the rails he's hitting, because he's hitting them with the thinnest of margins. It's not even this, again, it's not even this Chain is making it easy for him, it's just Maxter's playing phenomenally.
And on that note, Maxter continuing to cycle the map. Heavy goes into his favor. Oh,
I believe this is Spectator again.
I think so. I think so. What a day it's been, Dan. What a day it's been.
My lord, catch up. We have been thrown to the wolves here with these technical errors.
And will these wolves feast upon our flesh?
They are indeed. We should just do it.
do.
We are back with 5 minutes gone on the game. There we go, Ketchup. We're back.
I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing happened.
I
Oh,
mean,
there's
it's somehow
Chain.
11-1. It's
Yeah,
that's not
it was like 4 or 5-1 when we unfortunately disconnected. Sorry about it, everyone. Our end froze up, so it's just got back up online, and we didn't realise that we couldn't be heard as well. So we just kept on going. And here we go now. 5.5 minutes in, as Maxter has been working on a phenomenal lead here. Already 1-0 up, keep in mind, so that means that he gets this one. Series win is in his hands. The question is, will it be a 2-1 or a 3-0? The way things are going, this is definitely... I mean, Chain is not hitting those shots at all, and Maxter will just continue to punish Keel. He's not very good at dodging damage, is he?
No, pushing in here, but he's just jumped straight into a shotgun to the face, and Maxter's not going to miss with that one, and it's looking dire for Chain. 14-1. Obviously, we don't know the storyline of what's happened here, but we can just see the story of what's happening now, and that's Chain desperately fighting for any sort of items he can, and Maxter just pulling his opponent apart. 16-1, and Maxter doesn't look happy, even spite of the size of his victory at this point. Big grenades coming out, but we all know at this point it's going to be futile.
Absolutely. There's just no time to do what needs to be done, let alone the fact that Maxter is going to spawn with a larger stack than any other champion too. So, well, that's technically not true now. Clutch exists, but
exactly.
But what's happening right now is just that one-sided affair. Chain, his accuracy has just not been there. I don't want to 100% say, you know, it might be related to him just missing his shots. I think there might be other things at play, perhaps. You know, both players have been a bit frustrated, so I don't know. Maybe they're having issues at their end or something. But what doesn't change is the outcome. Ooh, delicious combo, but still, Maxter is standing.
But the problem is, without doing the pre-work with spam and chip damage and everything before, it's kind of all or nothing at that point. In spite of, was it 200 damage plus, Maxter's still alive. Chain just needs to be more efficient around the map, keep the pressure on consistently to keep whittling down his opponent. Because otherwise you're forcing yourself to hit successive rails and everything else. Maxter just standing still, probably smashing his mouse once again, and he's not having a good day. But the scoreline disagrees. The scoreline thinks he's having a very good day.
And that scoreline, the way things are going, is only going to increase at this stage. As Maxter does manage to at least pick up one item there. Chain has him in a good position. Oh, the floor bounce. Okay, that was cute. But from this point, any frag is going to be just, you know, for your own morale, if anything, because this outcome is decided for sure.
2 minutes to go. This is brutal. When Maxter gets into the flow on Deep Embrace, he's definitely one of the more pleasant players to watch here. Quite easy to rack up the frags, even on a champion like Keel. Just keep that pressure so high. Hit a rail up to spawn, they've got nothing to work with. Super slow around the map, you can then punish them in the subsequent seconds to come. Maxter now just flying around, using the speed of the saw lag, the angles with the flick rails. More than confident in this victory before going on to the final map of Ruins of Sarnath. Another reset for Chain, it would seem.
I think so. Chain has just, it has, above all else, looked like it's been an off day for him. I just think his game plan hasn't looked particularly concrete. I think even on map 1, there was just so much space given up where Maxter, and we spent most of that map looking at it through Maxter's point of view, and it just seemed like there was almost nobody on the map, right? And then as we go into this map, I can only say so much as we did freeze. So there was a big chunk of it that we missed, but I think the scoreline says everything that needs to be said. Even with Maxter still visibly being a little bit frustrated with the mouse or whatever it might be that is going on, the win is still his, because when he needs to play and just do what needs to be done, Maxter, I think, more capable of being able to do that right now than Chain. However, this final map should hopefully give us one final performance. Close range rails not hitting, I think it's going to continue. Goes down, are we going to see a mouse shake? Nope, that was movement.
Yeah, I'm sure the scoreboard at the end will shed some more light into how commanding this victory was. But I think you're right. I think it just comes down to the brute force to Maxter, the space that Chain gives his opponents. Just can't really afford to do that against the best players. Maxter, even though he wasn't looking entirely happy, for me, his aim has looked, as per usual, on point.
Yeah, when it just comes down to doing what you know on a map like this, which you're, famously quite good at. Love that Sorlag top hat, by the way. Very, very cool. Drip in and out of the game, apparently. But Ruins of Sarnath, the final destination. So it is going to be a bit of a different dynamic, though, because we have Maxter with the Galena, Chain with the Anarchy. What concerns me is what we've grown to learn over the course of these two maps, right, Dan? So Chain's accuracy has just not been all the way there. His rail has really struggled. And at the same time, he's now playing the light champion versus, I would say, the medium champion, but she puts so many totems down, she has more stack than other mediums. I feel like the stack disadvantage alone, if Chain cannot hit those shots, is not going to be a good time.
I agree. I feel that the speed is so important for Chain and the way he plays. If he can make sure he uses it to control the high ground positioning and stops the Galena from getting that, Chain will actually be in for a pretty decent shout. If he forfeits that and lets Maxter rotate the items, I agree with you. I think he's going to be in for a world of pain because you just don't have anything to play with at that point. So if we do look at the stats once again,
wow, almost 3,000 damage with rail.
Huge
alone.
Damage difference. The LG as well, 1800, 1900 CS8 to 800. Insane. Max, and the percentage is slowly rising from Chain, but it's still not high enough. 60% to 34. It's just outgunned. If it looks like, look at it, pure scoreboard.
Whatever circumstances are happening with them today, it's just Maxter that's been able to sort of rise above, for lack of a better term. But our final map, very curious to see what happens here, because if Maxter is able to continue what he's been doing, no matter how, I think, rattled he might be throughout the course of the series, I think he's just still more on the ball with accuracy alone. I know it's almost like layer one analysis talking about, hey, they're hitting the shot, it's good. But in this case, I just think it's particularly important because Chain has just had a significant damage issue, hasn't he? We even saw the endgame stats there. Blood Covenant was the same. It's just, hopefully things turn around for him here on Ruins.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's always has to be the number one consideration. What you hit defines your decisions. Like there should be a base level that you're hitting that you can build your strategy around. So if you're underperforming, you have to adjust. And unfortunately for Chain, it just seems today he's underperforming. He's not hitting anywhere near enough. And when you're basing your whole game effectively on particularly the rail, it doesn't leave many options for you. So you have to kind of revert more towards consistent damage output, LG, heavy machine gun, those type of weaponry. And unfortunately, Chain tries to hold steadfast with the rail. And if you continue missing, you're forced further into your shell. It's as simple as that.
Well, it shouldn't be too long before we jump into our final map all the same. Like I said, there's going to be a pretty distinct difference in how the champions are going to put forward here, which just comes through with I think a string of potential difficulties. If Chain's able to do what he needs to do with Anarchy here, as you said, that movement's going to be incredibly important to cycle around. But if he does give up space, like we saw on Blood Covenant, especially what we saw on Blood Covenant, I'm just worried about that difference in just survivability more than anything else. And Maxter, if he's hitting his shots, which he tends to be able to do in his sleep these days, he's going to have the totems whenever he needs them, let alone, storing totems in places that Chain might not be looking for. Hopefully he will be. I think that on paper alone, I would give this one to Maxter, but only time will tell, and we'll know it in 10 minutes.
Absolutely, and I have to agree. I think on performances so far, you have to give it to Maxter.
Heavy side spawn for Maxter.
Yeah, and if Chain can control the mid and high ground, because of that speed, he'll be in a good position. But already he's unfortunately forfeited it and eaten a rail, eaten a second as well. Max is going to go in for the kill here. Chain is very trapped. Does hit a lovely rail himself, and a second. We talked about his rail not connecting 3 in a row. That's more of what we needed to see. And he waits around, and Max finds the flick.
Just in time as well as the Mega. Just about to spawn. Totem down. Mega up next. Give me that cooldown reduction. I love Galena's passive. And in this case, I think a commendable first fight on both sides. Chain pulling off a almost unsurvivable situation and hit exactly what he needed to. If he can keep that energy going, I still think he's good. And hang on a minute, catches him out in no man's land. That nod of approval. Yeah, mate, you got me.
And this is the position he needs to hold. Right up there, taking all angles, get back up there as quickly as you can, and this is what the speed of Anarchy offers you. You can just play the map to its full potential, whereas Maxter has to work around that pressure. Chain does need a rocket though. He has decided to bypass it to try and hit himself a rail. Drops to the low ground in order to do so. Fortunately for him, Maxter's also not connecting, stuck on the low ground himself.
Armor being that next objective, but Chain building up so much movement that it should be a rather free pickup, and it will be. Maxter choosing to disengage, does not want to overstay his welcome anywhere. However, strong defensive position there for Maxter.
Yeah, Chain obviously had to divert course rapidly, seeing the image of Maxter surrounded by a totem. So Maxter's done a decent enough job. You can see the stacks right there. Maxter's more than keeping in it. Chain popping his inject, perhaps expecting a push from Maxter, but it's not to come. Instead, Maxter's just going to set himself up on the high ground, uses the totem nicely to clip the exit. That will also give him information of exactly where his opponent is going to be progressing from. You can see Maxter, he's respecting the positioning and speed of Chain here. Not pushing out that we saw on previous maps. Really working the map slowly. And yeah, Chain is the one stuck on the low ground at this point.
And I think that even looking above at the stack differences, you know, before the Mega appears, there's a considerable amount of the overstack on the HP. It goes to show that Maxter, those totems are always on cooldown. It means that he's putting up a lot of defensive totems, you know, preemptively. If there is going to be a fight breaking out, even if Chain, you know, takes the heavy or takes anything, Maxter is still going to be in a position to make something happen. He's not going to get completely overwhelmed, and he is able to pretty much compete with that. And actually, speaking of which, has put himself in position, breaking that cycle that's been created for the last couple of minutes. And now it will be Maxter taking the heavy. This could be where he starts to make things happen. Uses the teleporter. Well, not a teleporter, jump pad. Concedes the Mega right there. But I like that. You know, there's less urgency to pick up a Mega consistently if you have totems. As long as you have more armor than they do, you have a Mega in your pocket if you've got all three of them.
I would actually like to see Chain take up position, almost Kilson-esque now, on the mid ground, on the high ground, and stop just rotating the map. Because what he's doing here is he's letting Maxter play slow but methodical. Maxter now is in perfect position to make a play for this Mega. As he does so, he flies on through, he knows exactly when it is, and he knocks Chain off. And this is the problem. Maxter had a long-term strategy that you could see coming into fruition. He got the timings, he got the position, he got the first heavy, he got the timing of the Mega, and then he made a move. You could feel that pressure coming. I couldn't tell what Chain was trying to do circling the map. And ultimately, he gave up position, he took 3 damage, and now he's given up multiple frags as he'll lose another one down here.
At a rather rotten time too. Mega just about to spawn. Totem in play means that no matter how much damage you take, doesn't matter. Back up to healthy. Now, neither player sitting on armor. Chain obviously waiting for the light, but it might actually cost him his life just to pick it up. And now Chain, ooh, able to slip out. He's alive now, but for how long? Maxter finds an angle, but doesn't quite land the shot. But that's it. Now the heavy's been taken, Maxter kind of trading light for heavy in that respect, but I don't think he cares. He's in position for Mega, and that's what he wanted. These rails, absolute thorn in the side of Chain so far, because then what do you have to do, right? You have to wait another 30 seconds. You have to cycle around. Yeah, you've got an injection, but Galena has totems. Who cares?
Yeah, the rails are, oh my god, what a rail. The rails on a light champion are just so crippling for that reason. You just completely nullified. Particularly on someone like an Anarchy that doesn't have the options of someone like an Athena or a Nyx to still go in aggressively and get out. On an Anarchy, if you don't have your inject up, you have nothing to work with.
And now Chain, this is a horrible place to get stuck. Down near heavy, but not up for 13 seconds when he was down there. And in this case, the fake out. Maxter can afford to be cute and patient. Heavy goes into his side, and I don't know what Chain is doing right now. It's kind of hard to call. Excuse me.
Yeah, he's caught in two minds. He's obviously trying to rotate the map, get the lights. He's also conscious of finding the totems, which is one of the reasons why he's going aggressive. But at the same time, in doing that, you're giving up too much space to Maxter to play through the middle. And that's the dilemma for Chain now. And now with a frag deficit, he has to take even more risks.
And no doubt decision-making will become a lot harder in the midst of this map. Every time Chain is even near Maxter, Maxter is doing so much damage that Chain is barely able to return, and that is a horrible time to get fragged right as Mega spawns.
That was just unlucky, if I'm honest. And great rockets by Maxter. Chain thought he could steal it away, but giving away, unfortunately, what turned into 2 frags is just huge. Just don't feel at this point there's any pressure on Maxter. There was some good rail exchanges near the start, but it definitely has died out quickly.
In this case, Chain makes himself known, eats more damage than he's able to return the favor for. Maxter with more stack, more advantages, always in a better position. It just feels like Chain is outclassed throughout the course of this map. You know, may as well be a GG already. Maxter, if he wants to play defensive, can. I mean, this heavy zone belongs to him. Look at all these totems. The heavy's been picked up. I mean, it's a perfect recipe for success, and Chain might be feeling a little bit defeated right now. The odds are against you and then some.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it. My opinion of how he should have played that opening was just consolidate, you know, build an advantage, rotate the items. Perhaps it was greedy, perhaps he was caught between 2 minds, but pushing out, circling the map like that gives way too much information to your opponent for them to outmaneuver you, and that's exactly what happened. Maxter realized what Chain was doing, worked around him to avoid him, then worked around him again to open up a rail angle, won himself some items, and he never looked back from there. And then once he had control, same old story. It didn't look like Chain had an answer for how to break that control. I can't even remember the last time Maxter was low. And at this point, obviously, Chain has pretty much given up. So, not really taking this in context, but there wasn't really any answers beyond stringing together successive rails. And we've already talked about how that's just not a sustainable strategy.
Especially when Maxter's repaying it in the exact same manner. When you have these rather aim-heavy strategies and whatever the case may be, you'll take a player that's known for being able to kind of just hit the shots even on their worst day. Maxter, I think it's safe to say he's one of those players that you just know he's always going to bring an acceptable level of accuracy. And in that mind, it's like you can play around aim all you want, but he's going to return the favor. So there needs to be something, you know, beyond that. And I was worried earlier, you know, Chain was cycling the map and looking quite comfortable, but I don't think Maxter was particularly uncomfortable either, as now he pushes forward. Oh.
And this is why we've talked about how there is a need for Chain to look at his game and work out how to get more pressure onto his opponents, because we saw it on pretty much every map, but this map and the last one in particular, there are just times where he does a great job to get his opponent low, but if he doesn't hit that final rail, his opponent is able to back off and restack, and the whole game resets. He leaves himself too much work to do sometimes to get frags and get back into the game. And that's why, if we look at this whole series, it was nowhere as hard for Maxter as it should have been, given the skill level that Chain's at. So there's still some reflection for Chain on what he needs to do in terms of his game and how he approaches his opponents.
That's going to be a GG for Maxter, 3-0 over Chain today, and definitely one of the more unusual series. It's inside and out, it seems to be. But that is going to be a win for Maxter all the same, and on that final map we got to see him a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more free-flowing, and just a perfect play against what Chain was trying to do. It just seemed like Chain just couldn't get into that rhythm of Maxter. Everything he was trying to do just seemed like there was a game plan there, but ultimately Maxter it didn't bother him in the slightest, especially on this map. You want to cycle the map, you want to run around, sure, that's fine. I'll just dig my heels in, put some totems up, make sure I'm always nice and healthy, and then outgun you in the fight. He just didn't seem particularly challenged.
No, and he wasn't. You can see actually all of these frags is just Maxter understanding where his opponent is, catching him in the choke point. All 3 of the frags came in this particular choke point that we've just seen. just understanding the timings better, playing the positional game better, and just seems that Max is the one in position and Chain's the one running around. It should have been the reverse if he was maximizing the Anarchy here. So really well played by Maxton. You look at the accuracies and damage distribution once again. Neither player even used the lightning gun, almost entirely based on the rail. Chain's rail just really struggled in comparison to Maxter's.
I think one thing to point out too is that there wasn't much super shotgun use from Chain either. I actually feel like there were a couple of times there where the damage on SSG was either 0 or barely not 0, to be honest with you. Not to say that's obviously a rather key detail. It's just that his weapon utility, even on that map, I think he only really used like 3 weapons, maybe 4 with the tri-bolt.
Well, the most telling one for me is the rocket. He had 300 damage with a rocket launcher. That's insane, and that tells a story in that there was absolutely no opportunities where he caught Maxter off guard, didn't try and put any pressure on, not even spam. Like, there was just absolutely no control of the map, no awareness of his opponent, just trying to base his whole game on the rail. And I think maybe halfway through that game anyway, he lost faith and things fell apart, and he kind of almost stopped trying to some degree, so that you only take half of the map into context. But 300 damage with rocket launcher on any map is at this level is just absurd.
Well, we're going to jump into our next series, hopefully with a little bit more luck our side, and we will be back after this short break. See you in a bit. Hi everybody, welcome back. You're watching the Quake Pro League, where my name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX, but not just ZSX today, as final 2 series of the day, right? Let's bring in DJ Wheat. Dun 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 dun.
Wow.
Bum, bum, bum,
The
bum, bum,
wrestling
bum, bum.
intro. Yeah, you gave me my own music and everything. I appreciate that. Nice. What's
Your
up,
theme
guys?
song.
Yeah, we got the Maestro double feature today for week 4. I'm looking forward to it.
So our next matchup, Razy versus Zeneku. So this is a matchup that I always look forward to seeing, honestly. Zeneku's the kind of player that doesn't really seem to fear anyone. Razy, obviously one of the greatest players in Quake Champions of all time, for sure. But Zeneku's been on such a climb, scrimming against so many top-level players that... Could he bring it to Razy today? I think he's got a good chance of it, but Razy will be the favourite.
I think that's a good analysis. I think
Yeah.
Zeneku, for so long, has been the underdog, but I don't think you can look at him in that way anymore. He's somebody that was scraping results here or there, but he's somebody now that is very much on par with the best of the league, and he's continuously showing it. So I would put him in the same bracket as you said. Razy, slight favourite, but take nothing away from Zeneku, and don't be surprised if it is a 2-1 to Zeneku.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that you guys have said. I think that in previous stages, Razy has been in form, which I think I would very clearly give Razy the victory. But Zeneku, over the last several stages or the last year, you look at his performance and he has absolutely been putting in the work. We've seen it in terms of results. And frankly, when you compare Zeneku's results to Razy's results so far, Razy hasn't looked like the impressive player that we, absolutely know him to be. So I'm right there with you, Dan. I mean, obviously, I think it's going to come down a little bit to maps and to champion picks, but this is, I feel like Zeneku has the one up here, just based off of his performances of late.
I think as crazy as it sounds, sorry, Ryan, I was just thinking, I think as crazy as it sounds, despite of how amazing Razy is, I think he's actually the one that's doubting himself in the context of where his performances are at.
Right.
And I know even going into this stage, this season, he was changing his sensitivity and reflecting on everything to do with this game, because I think he's been at the top so long without winning it and being the best. He's like, I need to change everything to get there. This clearly not working. And so that might be impacting him, whereas Zeneku just keeps going from strength to things like, well, what I'm doing is working. It's absolutely fine. So, Razy might be the slightly better player, but he's the one that probably doesn't have the same confidence.
Yeah.
Well, didn't want to cut you off. We have the picks and bans, so we can actually see what our matchups are going to be like. And I had a feeling we might have seen this. So, Clutch up first, but it's Zeneku rocking the Clutch. And I've been watching Zeneku throughout the streams for a large amount of this week, and actually the Clutch has been quite a regular pick for him. So Clutch recently buffed, has a bit more of that starting armor compared to the other heavies. I think that's something that has people that liked Clutch in the first place kind of revisiting him a little bit.
Sure.
And I've been watching Zeneku play quite a few people actually in scrims where he's picking Clutch and he's going up against different Sorlags. I think he's done it against Rafa, he's done it against Dramas. A little bit of preparation, Then Blood Covenant Slash coming out to play. Razy again against the Galena. And then Ruins, Visor versus Ison. So I'm looking at that first map. Love me some Clutch.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, Razy is one of the individuals who's absolutely credited with the Clutch meta, right? Kind of showing a lot of players, being one of the only players for a great while that was choosing Clutch, and a lot of players kind of struggling with that. So it makes sense that we would see other players kind of pick that up. The bigger question for me in this first matchup is going to be, when you play Clutch and you are one of the innovators of the meta, does that mean that you know exactly how to play against that Clutch? And I kind of feel like the answer to that is yes. So, in any other matchup, I'm kind of giving Zeneku that one up on Awoken, but Razy probably knows the versus Clutch pretty well because knows what the limitations are of that champion. I think the other really interesting picks here, and not sure how that's going to play out, is the Slash versus Galena on Blood Covenant. We've seen it time and time again where you get a speed champion and it can mean the game's over before it's even over. And a lot of it means like that first 3 minutes of the game is so insanely important. So curious to see how that's going to play out.
Well, I tell you what, lads, I'll leave it to you, because I've just been told that the players are ready, so we should be jumping into our first map soon.
All right.
Leaving the hands of ZSX and DJ Wheat. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you, Ketchup. ZSX, I actually want to go back to something that you said about Razy and his confidence level, because interestingly enough, Rafa has talked about this idea of when you get to the top, how you stay at the top. And right, I think Razy and even Wenger, right, climbing to the top, getting to that point, you know, it is hard to figure out where do I go from here, right? How do I stay on top of my game? And Rafa certainly someone who's seasoned and has sort of acclimated to this idea of I need to keep improving even though I keep winning all of these competitions. And I think confidence is a big part of that. So I just absolutely agree. I thought what you said was spot on. And I would love to see Razy, right, just walk in, chest out, like I'm confident as hell, let's go. But I definitely feel like his play hasn't shown that in the last few weeks. So I want to see that, Razy.
No, I completely agree, because that's when he's on form, and we haven't seen that Razy for a long time. And
yeah.
I mean, I know the Maestro guys well, and I speak to him a lot, and you can even see it. You know, the road Razy's gone down, particularly in the Quake cons, right? And always coming up second best to whoever ends up beating him, whether it's been Wenger, you know, the protege, which probably hurt him, you know, deep down. He obviously loved Wenger winning, but to see someone else do it that's been his understudy is hard. And so when he walks away from these tournaments having given every inch of his life and still not winning, it's always going to wreak havoc mentally. And I just want to point out that you made the exact points I was going to say about maps 1 and 2 with these two matchups with the champions. So I've clearly taught you everything I know, and you can go ahead and solo cast this, because you're right. Like, if anyone knows the weaknesses of Clutch, is Razy, and I think Sorlag is definitely one of those picks that can go toe to toe.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean that he's got a super, although there's a nice double rail from the top to put him on the board. Zeniku picked up that first frag. And it doesn't make it like, just because Razy's played a lot with Clutch, we're not insinuating that, oh, it's going to be like easy peasy, knows it in and out, right? There's still a really interesting and meticulous approach to the timing of getting Clutch, and Zeniku in this case, to pop his shield, and then knowing that's when my opening is, right? So it's we on paper we're like, yeah, you know, he understands it, he gets it, but there's still the execution of it, which, right, is going to be tough for any player. But both players on the board now, 1-1, a minute in, and so far, I think even though Razy lost that first frag, how he's playing it is kind of how I would expect. Where's an opportunity to force Zeniku to pop that shield? He did it in that opening battle. It didn't work out for Razy. He didn't have the weapons to go about it. But I would imagine that here over these major items, that's where we're going to see those first fights. He used a little bit of spit to zone there, and now Razy is going to control both of the majors here, picking up that mega, and that will put him in a great position to potentially try to up that score a little bit more.
Absolutely, and the same goes for Zeniku. He might have been practicing a lot in pubs, but it's completely different doing it in the QPL. But we are seeing what you expect from Clutch, which is a lot of passive play when you're out of control, but Razy has the speed and the stack to follow it up, and that's exactly why he picked this particular champion in Sorlag, because it gives him that buffer, gives him that speed to keep the pressure on. Even the spit does a huge amount of damage if you can get up close and personal. But Zeniku is playing great on the defense, and this is what you need to do with Clutch. You're often going to be on the back foot for large periods of the game just because you need to build your stack. You need to make sure your shield is up. It's about not taking damage and being able to find those angles. It's using the speed to create those rail angles and get in the positions fast. That's what Clutch is really best at.
Yeah, and I mean, Razy is he's working the rail quite a bit too. I kind of like his approach in all this. He is respecting this pick a lot. And there we go. The shield does get popped, and Razy just backs up a little bit, puts himself in a nice position to do some defensive damage. But now this is big. He knows the opening is here. Huge shotgun blast into the spit. Can he follow it up? It's going to be Rocket versus LG, but the shotgun with the frag, and Razy finds it. But that was kind of a picture-perfect approach to how Razy wants to drop the shield, make him waste it, and then that's when he knows he can get a little bit aggressive. And I love what you said about Sorlag. I think that pick versus Clutch makes a lot of sense. And so far, what I have seen, I do think we're seeing a pretty confident Razy. He's hitting these rail shots. I mean, Zeniku's not going to be a pushover in any sense of the word, but Razy does appear to be, right, the confident Razy this morning.
The two things I love about Razy's play so far is the speed and the pathing choices. There's been a few times, and that frag was a perfect example, is he just takes these bizarre pathing choices, but he understands where his opponent's going to be, and he's caught Zeniku off guard a number of times. On the flip side, Zeniku has done an amazing job of keeping himself alive, potentially even getting a frag. It's only 2-1 for all the praise we're giving Razy. So Zeniku, he's under a lot of pressure, but he's keeping well in this game, and he should be in his rights now to get this next frag.
I mean, I cannot believe that Razy peaked as a 4 HP Andy right there. Both players screaming for their lives. I mean, it's like, it's balls of steel, truly. But when you're that, so that is confidence, right, Dan? Like, that is a show that I'm gonna rely on my aim. I'm gonna rely on the angles I know I can hit. And that was kind of a spectacular display by both of them in that regard. And what you've said about Zeniku is right. Whole huge LG from Razy. He just catches Zeniku coming around that corner. Quite perfect on that one. Damn near every single cell hit. And that is going to be the third frag. But this, I think, is going to be a critical moment here for Zanaku. Right? Don't want to let that lead get too far ahead. It wasn't like that one frag gave Razy huge control over both items, but gosh, look at these rails off the spawn, continuing defensive. There, the shield is popped, and Razy just backs off. And this is exactly what every player should do. Got some LG damage in there. Barely missed that rail right there, but here goes again. Oh my gosh, beefy boy with the big shotgun, and that's going to bring Zanaku back up to a 1 frag deficit, 3-2.
But what that peak shows, and what Razy's been doing all game long, is it just shows how important it is to continually pressure and damage Clutch. The amount of times he's been peaking with LG for a little burst here or there, or a tri-bolt here or there, he understands the importance of keeping that Clutch low. But what that posturing also does is it keeps Zeniku second guessing. Because you're so vulnerable as a Clutch, you need to understand where your opponent is doing damage from. And at the moment, for Zeniku, it feels like Razy is everywhere. He is unrelenting with his pressure.
Yeah, Razy's gotten 2 of his frags with the LG, and he's actually shooting a 46% LG. A lot of this has just been situational, right? He had the right weapon out in the fight. 2 great rockets from Zeniku, though, and here's an opportunity. He does push forward. Shield is out. Well played and good decision made by Zanaku. Razy off the spawn, knows that he got Zanaku down pretty low, and so is able to do a little bit more damage, steal away that heavy as well. And I think he's going to be set up here for a mega grab. Actually, they're going to fight for it. Spit does come out. LG on top of it. Raises LG's been on fire, and it continues to be on fire as he gets another frag. Well played by Razy.
He knew the shield was enough, and the Spit did a little bit of tick damage just enough, but he's always going to take that fight one-on-one if he knows the Spit, if the shield is enough, just because you will hit 100% damage. It's as simple as that. And you saw how fast it melted, even with a Mega to his name. He's been caught once again. He has to fly away. He doesn't want to use the shield if he doesn't have to. He does die. He doesn't use the shield, though. That's the only blessing in disguise. This now is make or break for Zeniku. There is no way back if he gives up another frag or 2. Such a long time between the items. Yes, his stack is big, but he's got nothing to work with weapon-wise. Trying to hit these rails, but Razy just knows the angles better. He's pushing on here because he knows it's the last chance to loot. He's going to take it away, but at what cost? He hasn't got the LG, hasn't got a rocket, and he's just fighting tooth and nail to try and stay in this game.
I mean, I understand that decision made by Zanaku because I do feel like he needs to keep on top of major items. He mows into Mega. It pays off for him. The LG gets him another frag. But, you know, Clutch is pretty great. Clutch can still be, you know, difficult to come back from if you're not controlling some of those major items. And that's one thing Razy's done a great job of. Ooh, trapped in the corner. The first rocket hits, but the second one does not. And Razy gets another frag, throws out some spit just to keep himself safe here. But with 2 minutes left to go, I have to imagine Razy's feeling pretty good about that last frag. He's likely going to be able to squeeze in. Maybe he's not going to actually even go for Mega, and he doesn't have to. It was picked up by his opponent. Maybe he'll just try to battle it out and chip away at the heavy, which looks like what he's going to do. But I think he's feeling confident he's got this one in the bag.
Yeah, and every single time that shield is down, Razy has found a way to punish it. He's been so effective in those periods of downtime, and to his credit, Zeniku's limited those, but you could see once again Razy's forcing it out, he's backing off as soon as he sees it, regrouping, and then he'll just go for it. He doesn't really even care if Zeniku's got a stack or not, because he knows he'll do the damage to make it count. But at this point, with a minute to go, holding the angles, playing nice and safe, he's given up all the items, but he doesn't care because he's just going to hold these safe passages and force Zeniku to come to him.
Yeah, and the final moment is likely going to play out how everyone would expect. Now, Zeniku needs to make a move, and that's exactly what he's doing, going in pretty hard. That shield is not up, so he's only got what is available to him, and he does manage to hit a nice rail, follow with LG, and put this at a 2-frag game. Now, still a crucial moment here for Razy. He cannot really go full into his turtle shell here. He needs to still respect 40 seconds on the clock. You know, can be a little dangerous, but I like what he's doing here, trying to defensively put him in his position. Lets his opponent go to the teleporter. Nicely done, though. I like that bait a little bit. A lot of damage did come out from both players, but Razy's likely going to seal the deal with that one. Last 18 seconds of this game, Zeniku still put on, in my opinion, a really, really solid performance. But I do think that we saw a confident Razy come out here for game number 1 of this series. And, you know, he's got that clutch knowledge, so that did come into play here.
Yeah, it was a textbook way how to play against Clutch, and if we look at the context of the game anyway, it was a denial pick in all fairness from Zeniku.
Exactly.
Obviously, he's very good at it, but he still largely picked it because it was a denial pick. And yet he pulled out a really great performance. As you said, Razy was confident. He kept Zeniku on the back foot. But that's what's the hardest thing about Clutch. It's understanding how to play around the weakness of a no shield, the weakness of just being a fridge. And for the most part, Zeniku did well. It's just Razy found amazing opportunities because of his knowledge of Clutch and just his general skill to really punish that. But it was still just a 7-5 victory, so it wasn't commanding by any stretch of the imagination.
It is kind of amazing how, you know, a lot of these players just make the shield seem like, oh my gosh, like how do you even battle against it? But it's clear when you've got two players that kind of really understand the timing and having those seconds tick away. Right, I think one big difference in Razy's clutch versus what we saw from Zanaku is that Razy seems to have really impeccable timing on his clutch shield. Yep. He will get in your face and then be like, okay, now's the time to pop it so that you can't run away from me when you have to deal with this thing. Zeniku seemed like he would still pop it a little bit earlier. Sometimes that worked, but in a lot of cases, Razy's like, cool, I'll back off now.
Yeah.
So it's interesting.
Yeah. That coupled with what I find really impressive about Razy is he can play a clutch game almost as if it's a normal champion. He can be in and around the map, forcing fights, picking rails, doing damage and pickups, whereas we didn't see that from Zeniku. He was playing very passive, which is absolutely fine, but it gives Razy a lot of breathing room to work the map, to get his stack back, to pressure his opponent, whereas when Razy plays clutch, you feel suffocated, and then he has a shield if he needs it, whereas Zeniku was building a stack to exploit the shield. So it was a different approach, and that's just the experience again behind playing it.
So let's talk about Blood Covenant just a little bit here, because you know, I feel like some of the matches that we've seen over the last few weeks, we've had these situations where we've got speed demons versus a champion that's not going to be able to cut it. And the end result is that a lot of times you speed demon, you get the lead, and you put yourself in a really, really great spot. Razy kind of comes into Blood Covenant with that momentum off of game one. And I do kind of, I mean, I know that we were giving Zanaku a lot of credit, and he should. He deserves all that credit. But I think based off a champion pick and map here and momentum from game one, this and how Razy looked, the needle, right? All these different variables come in, and the needle kind of starts to go more towards Razy in this regard. So this one I think will be not only a tough one for Zanaku, but obviously key for him to potentially take the series. I'm not sure how he's right. It's gonna need to rely on that rail, need to rely on the long medium fighting, and just cannot get frustrated knowing that if Razy needs to push the eject button and just get the hell out of there, Razy's got the toolkit to do that.
Yeah, and I agreed with your observation. The interesting thing for me is that Zanaku picked the Galena into the slash, and that suggests he has a game plan. I am with you. I'm someone, and Rafa talks about it as well, that often in his thinking it's about picking maneuverability, versatility, and speed. Just like the priority, and trying to beat your opponent and picks on that. Yeah. Particularly on a map like Blood Covenant. And I've played this matchup a lot, where I played against the slash, and it is just hell. You just need to have 360-degree vision and see into the future, because your opponent will just appear. So Zanaku's got to have something up his sleeve. The only thing on paper is like a slash flies through a doorway into a totem into a rocket. She could die, but that is lot. That's a lot of dominoes that's got to fall in the right direction for your game plan to click. And Slash also has the speed to get all the items and patrol the map on clearing up totems before he's even found you. It's just, it's such a hard matchup that I've just got to pray Zanaku knows what he's doing.
Well, we're going to find out here pretty soon as we've kicked off. We're looking through the eyes of Razy, and actually we're going to have an awkward exchange at the pillars at the bottom of Blood Covenant here, and Razy kind of took the worst of that damage. Totem was dropped down too. Just not sure if he was surprised by him at that moment, but neither player went down. Not a great start there for Razy in terms of what he hoped to get done. But 0-0, Razy picking up that heavy. We've got a lot of time in this one. Clears out some totems, which I think is going to be incredibly important for Razy, because as you mentioned, that is one of the tools that I think Zanaku is going to try to rely on. If you're speeding around the map, come around the corner, suddenly hit and face check a totem, not a great place to be in. So it does need to be diligent about clearing those out.
100%. And the overstack is one of the primary reasons, if not the primary reason, why obviously you want to pick a Galena. And on this map, there are so many hiding spots. But as we talked about, the slash gives you the speed to be able to clear them out and keep control of your position. So what Zanaku needs to do, and is what he's doing now, is play slow, play methodical, and just keep a track of where your opponent is positioned at all times, because if you lose sight of the slash, he can catch you off guard and kill you before you've even figured out what's happened.
We saw Razy just face check totem there, takes out that other one. So I like this. I mean, Razy's adapting definitely to how Zanaku wants to play. You can't just say, I'm fast, I'm going to go get some frags. You mentioned the game plan that Zanaku picked Galena into this, so I think we are seeing it, right? The early versions of it. Now, all of the things that we've said about what could potentially happen in this map are still on the table. With the 0-0 score, this is anyone's game, but I think that first frag is going to be very telling. Here we have an exchange. Rails coming out. LG does manage to do some damage from Razy's side. Gets the trail for a little bit of extra speed. Now going to heavy assault that Mega. Big rockets coming out from Razy. He's going to try to finish it from the top rail, but it's not enough to get the job done. And this is, again, a part I think Zanaku can take a little bit of a beating and still walk away and be okay. So nice rails being exchanged. I think Zanaku is playing that long mid-range game pretty well so far.
That's what he has to do, because in the context of this matchup, right, you're never going to win this game as a Galena, 10-0. It's just not going to happen. It is going to be a grind. It's going to be a low-scoring victory.
Yep.
And as you said in the intro, the first 3 minutes are crucial. What you meant by that is just what you said. It's all about the first frag, the first or second frag. If you cannot give up those frags, you're always in for a shout, obviously. And to your point, Razy's also doing a good job not to get sucked into just trying to abuse his skill set. And that's what can happen. If you pick an Anarchy, a Slash, even a heavy champion, you can get caught in this mindset of, I'm big, I'm tanky, I'm just going to run at you. Or I'm fast, I'm just going to run at you. And that's where you can fall foul. So they're both playing a perfect tactical game at this point.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed. And I would not be shocked if after 10 minutes, this is a 0-0 game and that first frag gets hit, or that we literally walk away with a 0-1, 0-2 game. I would not be surprised at all. I think there are, if any player kind of, eases up on the game plan that they've both put out there, that's where things could get messy pretty quick. But I'm not seeing that at all from either player. There is absolutely some meticulous play taking place right here, and a very eloquent Quake dance is happening before our very eyes.
That rail was crucial, though. It's one hit. The Mega here. If Zeneku doesn't hit anything, he could be in for a bit of trouble, because now Razy can circle the map. If he cuts off Zeneku and hits a rail on this Mega, this is where we could see the first frag. It's all up to this damage now. Can Zeneku get out without taking anything? Razy's really trying to push his advantage, but Zeneku's done a good job by holding his ground once again. What Zeneku's done a good job of is just controlling the bridge. Razy's had no position in this match.
Yep, I think that's true. And the couple of times that Razy's tried to go for a position, he has been stopped by a rail or a rocket or a totem. This could be big rail hits from the top. However, Razy grabs that heavy, and now Zeneku without any stack at all. This could be another good opportunity for Razy, but he's not going to overcorrect here for the little opportunity that he has. In fact, the door kind of closes right there. We're halfway through this map, though, and I hope that you're enjoying the ballet that we're seeing here. Some might say, wow, slow game, no action. There's actually non-stop action, and the positioning of these players is as important. Big totem as he comes around the corner. Unfortunately, Zeneku not there to be able to capitalize on that, but gave him a little bit of information. Okay, I know where he's at. He just took this out, and they will continue to do the back and forth.
Yeah, and as you said, people might say there's no action. This is the most interesting type of game to watch, because this is why people call it chess. It's all about working out what your opponent's going to do, where they're going to be, how you can reposition. And when you add in differences in speed, it amplifies that decision-making structure. But that's a huge rocket, and now you're dead. And that's what happens. One mistake against a Slash, it's over. The question is, how do you regroup from here? He's picked up a Mega, but there's no weapons. Razy's going to say, there is no chance you're getting a rail. And without a rail, Zeneku's basically relying on Razy getting in his face. But here we go. He's pushed on in. He's hit a great rail combo. Question is, can he finish off his opponent?
I mean, I think at that point he really wants to finish off his opponent, but I think he should be happy with the victory, right? He was able to grab himself a rail, so he's in a better position. Now, the clock is kind of against him. Obviously, Zeneku would have loved to grab that frag, but I think he knew, okay, I just need to, this gives me a chance to arm up, and he's going to hop over the bridge to the rail. Does try to drop down some rockets. It doesn't really work out for him. No armor stack at all. Huge rails. He comes up. Can he hit a second one? No! Razy nails it, and that was super unfortunate. That was an opportunity to tie the game back up, but Razy with the iron will and the confidence, very, very nicely done. He puts number 2 up on the board, and that suddenly is going to make Zeneku's job even harder at this point.
That was insanely clutch. It looked like a huge mistake from Razy getting caught on the jump pad, but the back-to-back rails were insane. And Zeneku's going to have to take more and more risks to try and get back into this one. And at the minute, they're not paying off now. 3 frags, the difference is 2.5 minutes to go, but you can already see the challenge gets only harder from here.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I think when you're looking at 2 minutes and less than 20 seconds and Slash with 3, I just don't see it happening, right? We talked about that crucial first frag. Well, you know, the crucial aspect of it is that your speed demon champion wants to get it so bad so that they can use that speed as a tool to zone, to do whatever they want, to just play keep away. And as that clock ticks away, you know, it means I've got to get ultra aggressive as Zanaku.
Nice.
And this is the type of thing that can happen, right? You've got to make those super aggressive moves, but it opens you up to huge vulnerability, as we just saw with the fourth frag coming out by Razy.
Yeah, but you just have to give such credit to Zen and how hard he pushed Razy, because this matchup is so difficult to play well. You're always on the back foot. You're always second guessing where you're going. And Zen, for the most part, has come out on top. It was literally 2 crazy frags that cost him this.
Yeah, and like you said, in that game of chess, you know, one move can kind of derail the entire game plan, and then you've sort of got to start over. The problem is that playing in an air of perfection in such a way for 10 minutes. It's just super hard to do. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't happen, absolutely. But eventually the scales kind of tip, right? And one player will get that one up, or a mistake will be made. Another player will capitalize on it. And I think it's exactly what we saw around that 4 or 5 minute mark with that first frag. You know, drop down to the lower light, and that was kind of it. But with 30 seconds left to go, we talked a little bit about Razy's performance so far in this season and the fact that Zeniku certainly stepped up his game, but I have to say what I'm witnessing here is a Razy that is a bit more in line with the one that we were regularly impressed with throughout the last few years of QPL. So good for him. I hope we can continue that into game number 3. I think he also needed a victory here in week 4. And you know, he will take it in 2, but we'll still get to see this third map and what happens and how it goes down.
Definitely. It was a cultured performance from Razy. It would have been easy for him to get sucked into getting frustrated with the lack of advantage he was building and try and push it. That didn't happen. Also, the kind of holistic approach and the consciousness to always look for those totems meant I don't even think Zeniku had an overstack once, which is the thing he needed to try and be more aggressive, and that kept him on the back foot. Couple that with some of these amazing shots just to keep him in the game. So it was a great performance from both of them, but I agree with you. This is more of the Razy we have expected given his stand-up performances over the last few seasons.
It really is.
That was insane. That was insane.
It really is. Yeah, he shot a 52% rail, and you know, I think that key thing is, like, it doesn't really matter what the percentage is. What matters is that you're hitting those shots that are super key and clutch. The one at the top of Mega where they exchanged rails and then he followed up, that was probably the super clutch rail of the game to give him a more outstanding lead over Zanaku. But I'm still, I still can't help myself but be impressed by Zanaku. Like, we know what Razy is capable of. We're seeing him. He came today at 100%, maybe even given a little bit more. But Zanaku, I'm still impressed with his play, right? The opening 5 minutes of that matchup was pretty phenomenal to watch. And how each player was approaching and the respect that each was giving each other, and also the situation that they knew that they were in. So well done. We're now moving on to Ruins, where we have the Visor taking on for Razy and Zanaku on the Aizen. What are your thoughts on this? You know, Visor for the Vision, Aizen maybe a little bit of zoning potential. I don't really see a one-up here in our picks.
It's definitely a style thing, a preference thing. I would lean towards the Aizen slightly, because in the moments that matter, in those infight situations, the turret can just be a lifesaver. I mean, it has so much utility. You can throw it into choke points to block rockets. You can use it to zone, as you say. It just causes mayhem down in the heavy armor room, and it just gives you more flexibility to your game. Whereas the Visor, obviously the piercing sight is great, but it's extremely situational. And hypothetically, if your opponent's turtling up, Prison doesn't do an awful lot. You know where they are.
Sure.
It might allow you to hit an opening rail, which can be key, but then you're also diving into a stacked Aizen with a turret. So Aizen slightly, But if you get on the upper foot, the piercing sight can be crippling. If your opponent's got nothing to work with and you're hitting that rail, it's a free frag.
Yeah. You know, I every once in a while I'll tune into Razy and some of the streaming he's doing, and he'll do these runs where he'll just play, right? Like no abilities. And when I see these types of matchups and I'm like, he's got visor, gives him a little bit of vision, but I really do wonder like how much that type of training could benefit a player in like a situation like what we're seeing right here. You know, yeah, visor's special ability, you get a little bit of vision. Is there, you know, so does some of that training like help you in a situation where it's like, I'm not using abilities, I'm like using my raw aim, my raw tower, talent in terms of like strategic thinking and map presence and dominance, etc. I don't know. I'm just speculating and throwing it out here, but it's kind of a food for thought.
I mean, I have to completely agree. I mean, if you just look at all of the classical Quake players, the people that come through the Quake 3s, the Quake 4s, they just have a more natural dueling ability. If you look at all the players that came up through Quake Champions, they're all just as good, but a very different style, which is far more focused on abilities and more in fighting ability, really. You can definitely see different approaches to the game. And ultimately, you want the best of both, right? So I would always advise people to take that kind of training approach, because it's only going to make you better. And you know, you have to play half the game without an ability, so you may as well learn how to do it effectively.
Yeah. So Razy's going to finally drop down to the heavy, easily take out turret, immediately pop vision, which I do like. He knows exactly where his opponent's fighting from or going to be attacking from. Hits a rocket into a nice rail. Not enough to do a significant amount of damage, but definitely enough to force Zanaku out of that room. Gives him that heavy. Now the question is he going to be able to, you know, possibly pick up the Mega as well? It's about 7 seconds, and his opponent is waiting over there. He'll pop that vision, knows exactly where he's at, is not going to be able to get it in time. And, you know, but again, using the vision to help make more smart decisions so far in this matchup.
Yeah, and I'm someone that's always in favor of trying to use your abilities as much as you can. At the end of the day, there is a utility to try and maximize that, obviously, without wasting it. And Razy's somebody that's done that so far. It's only going to help you reposition, if anything.
All of the efforts going into taking out Timmy the Turret. There we go. Nice rocket. Drops down from that. No, oh, huge catch with the LG. He's not going to get the frag, but it will secure him that heavy, and he'll get the health in the back hallway. Zanaku kind of coming out of that one a little hurt. Vision lets him know exactly where he's at. It's going to come through the teleporter, try to get a nice assault right there. Does get hit with a huge rocket, but his opponent very hurt. Zanaku doing the dance around that lower level, and it's not going to pay off for him. Razy gets the frag and then gets a special prize in that Mega. Also manages to deny that rail from Zanaku, which is, oh, there, he finally grabs it, but I like this thinking there.
I was about to say that was probably the worst time and place to die for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Just before a double spawn of items, and it also means you spawn on the side of the map with nothing to work with. So, great play by Razy to take the lead already, and the tribot's coming out, and Zeniku gets greedy trying to work his way in. He had no right to stick around, but he had nothing to work with, so it was c'est la vie.
Yeah, and so far, you know, turret, I can't say has been hugely helpful, but Razy is respecting that turret, right? When he sees it, he's moving slowly. He's trying to take it down, not take any unnecessarily damage from that. Now, this is the first time Zanaku getting hit with that rail, and does go through the teleporter. Razy's just hitting the shots that he needs to hit. He looks like after these 2 frags, he's been able to hold on to some control. Nice vision right there as he catches him with some LG, and then as he drops down from the jump pad, he gets nailed with the shotgun blast. 3-0, averaging about a frag a minute here, and pretty nice start for Razy.
And this is how a Ruin should be played with someone in control. You can just see Razy controlling this middle of the map, rotating both items, huge split between the two, and there's nothing Zeniku can do except run the outskirts, trying to pick up lights. But as he does that, you're in the most vulnerable position in the map, and Razy is like a turret, tracking him around, picking him off with the rail, and just trying not to engage him in any close combat situations where there could be funky things with a turret or rocket. It's all efficiency.
smart weapon selects here as well, using the tri-bolt to just do a little bit of chip damage. Turret will come out, but it's just below Razy, and Razy easily dispatches it. Now, we're going to have the heavy. Could immediately rotate over to Mega, but I do think that Zanaku is aware, so he goes over and, well, no, he hasn't picked it up. A little bit of delay there, which could actually help Razy in the next rotation. But here we go. Another, unfortunate. Zanaku caught in the back.
And this is painful, because this is probably the best use of piercing sight. Your opponent's got nothing to work with, and you can just track them down and get a free frag. Luckily, Zanaku does predict that. He drops the turret as well. Huge nail gun coming out. Could actually get the frag himself, but what empty rail from Razy to deny that prospect and keep him to 0.
Is such a phenomenal play. Both players doing what they needed to do right there. I like the standing of the ground by Zanaku, dropping that turret. It's too bad turret couldn't do a little bit more damage, but a nice in-your-face rail shot for that 5th frag. And at this point, I think Razy's probably feeling, again, very, very confident in where he's at. Yes, there's half of a game left to go here, but his control is phenomenal. You look at just the pickups, and 8 heavies for Razy, 4 lights, 5 megas. Over on Zanaku's side, 3 heavies, 8 lights, 7 megas, but he's just not having any luck getting that heavy, and that's all Razy's really needed.
Well, one of the reasons for that, I was just about to say, is that it virtually, without fail, every pickup of the Mega from Zanaku has been met with an exit rail from Razy, which completely wipes out the pickup and means Zanaku just can't even think about contesting this heavy. And that's the place Eisen really wants to play. He loves the heavy because he can drop a turret and he can just have a lovely fight down there. But Razy's just denied that time and time again.
So 6-0. As Zanaku's just, struggling to find an answer here. Razy, I wouldn't say playing a perfect game, but certainly playing a great game. And I think showing us that, that piercing sight is big utility for, or in the hands of Razy. Now, Zanaku does manage to get on the board, and now this becomes really, really crucial. Right now, does hit a direct rocket. Zanaku very, very low. And Razy, is he going to be able to capitalize on this one? He goes up the jump pad. I hate that decision right there. Razy was waiting for him, and that was the easiest frag of his life.
That's a decision you make when your heart's not in the game anymore. You kind of know it's probably not going to end well, but you're like, I have to, whatever, And that's a shame, because I think that's the first time we've seen Zanaku's camera for about 26 minutes. As it's just been the Razy show all series long.
On the same token, I do think this is what fans of Razy and of Maestro have been hoping to see. So, in the 2022 QPL season. So, there's probably a lot of Razy fans that are going to sigh a breath of relief, right? That okay, we didn't lose Razy. He's here. He is he's capable of playing the game that we know and love. I do want to give him definitely some props for showing. I mean, I never want to be the one saying, player just hasn't been playing as well as we are used to seeing them play. But it's the fact of the matter sometimes. So seeing them bounce back from that, which I definitely think we're seeing here in week 4, it's a nice thing to observe.
Yeah, and it's not the stereotypical performance you'd say from Razy in that aspect when you talk about him playing well, which is 30-0 scorelines with gauntlets, bullying. It's a really, really cultured performance, strategical. You can see the thought process, you can see the tactics, and that's great to see. And it's also been forced on him because of how well Zanaku's played in spite of the scoreline. It's just Razy has taken it to a new level. So credit to both of them, really. And Zanaku, for me, should be setting his sights now on that top 3 spot. He's shown us he's capable of it. He just needs to have the self-belief that he's capable of it.
Yeah. And, it's really interesting what you said, right? Because Razy would have some games where, you're just like, wow, a monster, a beast. And I do think there's probably a fallacy in, as a player, kind of expecting those results that you might deliver, right? Because you don't need 30 frags and gauntlet kills to win the game, right? You just got to win by one frag. That's all it takes. And those are two completely different mentalities in the grand scheme of how a player is going to play Quake. So maybe that is a part of the adjustment, right? If you are disappointed in yourself, if you're not putting up those types of results, then maybe you're not getting you're not playing the way that you would want to be playing. I don't know. Again, I'm speculating here. We can't read the minds of these players, but it is. I felt like that observation you made is kind of interesting in that regard.
I think it's right. And I think if you look at the context of QPL, Razy was effectively, one of the first movers. He was one of the people to dedicate himself to Quake before the QPL started, and came in almost with an advantage, if you will, even though people have been around for so long. He understood this game better. And then over time, that bell curve has kind of flattered as everyone's caught up. So he's now reflecting. I think he maybe went through a period of like, why am I not winning 20-0? Why am I struggling? And now he's kind of, I'm speculating as well, but it feels like he's made an adjustment and found a new lease of life and found a new strategy and found a new style. That's beginning to work again.
Yeah. Let's bring Ketchup back in and see what he thought about that matchup. We did give a lot of credit to Zanaku, but we also said, Razy's been underperforming, I think we would say. But what do you think, Ketchup? Is that the performance that you kind of expect to see out of Razy?
I think especially on the final map. We kind of got a mix of all things. That first map was very much a back and forth. It was always nice to see sort of like that champion that you don't really get to see all the time, especially when the matchup gets played that calculated. Blood Covenant was an entirely different beast, right? Because we went almost the entire map without a single frag landing, and then the moment Razy had that opportunity, grabbed it with both hands. And then final map was more of a kind of Razy game of old. So I think we got a nice look into the versatility that Razy can bring to the table. Both in champion and play style. Shame to see Zeneku not quite be able to, pull off any kind of win there, but that's just the nature of someone like Razy. One of the world's best, and sometimes when you get maps that play that differently to each other, Razy was able to constantly go in with such a solid game plan every time. The first map was matchup knowledge, second map was, I think, having a bit of an iron will, and then that final map was a lot more of what we're used to seeing. So not much else to add there. I think just congratulations for Razy for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I think summarize Razy. Like season 1, he just blew everyone away in the league phases. I think season 2 it was very hot and cold. And coming into this one now, this is more of a consistent style from what I saw from him today. So if that's his position now and that's the way he's going to play, then it puts him really up there as number 1 / number 2.
It makes him more dangerous for sure.
Yeah.
I completely agree. So well played by Razy. Maestro in the double feature tonight. Did take the first one. Definitely looking forward to the next matchup, but I won't get ahead of myself quite yet.
Hey, and then there was only one match left to go. Dramis versus Wenger is up next. We're going to go to a break. When we return, final series of the day will commence. Thanks for sticking with us so far, and our final match is very soon. Right, welcome back everybody. This is our latest week of Quake Pro League. My name's Ketchup, joined by ZSX and the one and only DJ Wheat. Fellas, we have one more match left to go. It's going to be Wenger versus Dramis. I saw someone say something that we're all thinking, will we get Rail God Dramis today? Wheat, what do you think?
I mean, I'd like to see it. I think one of the big storylines here so far in season 3 is that Dramis has been looking really good and has put forth some results, and I think even surprised some people. And you know, if you follow Dramis pretty regularly on social and kind of what he does is, you know, he talks a little bit about his own development, how he's playing, how he's approaching the game, etc. And you know, I think he's a guy that's putting in work, but obviously you're talking about a champion here, right? And has Wenger been playing in championship form? You know, I'm not sure, but like we said with Razy, that maybe there's some confidence discovery, some ceiling discovery that players need to kind of figure out once they've hit that spot. You know, kind of relative rookies when it comes to being a champion. Not saying they're rookies in game, but you know, it is something that you've got to kind of learn to not only adapt to, but how are you going to keep yourself at the top of the game, and how do you know like the skills that got you there are going to be the ones that'll get you. So I'm really interested to see what the potential results of this could be. Obviously, picks and bans going to be a big part of it, but I don't know, Dan, what do you think?
No, I agree. I said in week 1 that Dramis was my pick this season to be someone to watch out for. I thought he was looking really, really good coming at the end of last season, and obviously with the tournament in London before the season, the warm-ups, he played exceptional. And the shift in map pool, the shift in meta favors that fast, aggressive style. And so he's living up to that expectation so far. And I even spoke to Wenger this morning, and he wasn't entirely confident going into this particular matchup because of that reason. So let's see how far he can take that momentum. And again, in the context of the QPL, Dramis is fairly new to the scene, right? I think he only came around in Quake Champions. And so if anyone's going to be developing faster than other people at different times, it's going to be someone like Dramis.
Well, we'll take a look at the picks and bans because they can be rather specific here. You know, Dramis starting things off on Veil. We get to see Veil at least once today. And that's going to be Keel versus Sorlag. And actually, with the removal of Scalebearer, the Heavy's already done and dusted with the exception of Clutch.
Yeah.
Corrupted Keep afterwards with the Strog versus the Anarchy, and then Awoken Athena again. Dramis with those fast-paced champions almost forever and always, it seems. But I think that Wenger, all of his picks in general are kind of structured to be able to contain what is often uncontainable. You know, you kind of look at the Sorlag, Anarchy on Keep of all maps, and then just that really nice standard Ranger on the Awoken. Dramis is known for being a fast player, an aggressive player, a player that can often be quite assertive. And I think Wenger's entire picks around, I kind of just feel like they can handle that, right? You can kind of just play your strong game, and then you've got tools at your disposal to, you know, put a lid on it, as it were.
Yeah, I like what we're about to see here. I think the game that make my eyes kind of light up a little bit is that third game on Awoken. I'm kind of excited to see that. I think Athena's been a really interesting pick and one that's fun to watch. But I completely agree with everything that you said. It's really you know, it's going to come down to like the raw skills here, I think, between these two players. There's a lot that kind of neutralize itself in the picks and the maps overall.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly even across the board, and it's going to be a very fun series with these 3 maps. The one pick I was a little bit surprised on was the Anarchy on Corrupted Keep. Not that Anarchy's a bad pick, it's just that often Wenger would pick up a Ranger there if he had the chance, but he decided to leave that to Awoken, and it's amazing on Awoken as well. But going up against the Strog, it does rely on a strong start, so if he gets off to a bad start there, it's an uphill battle. But it's still a very good pick on Corrupted Keep nonetheless, just a little bit more unorthodox from Wenger.
Well, I have been informed that players are readying up and we should be jumping into our first map soon. So ZSX, you get to take a load off and chill and get the best seat in the house for this one, as it will now be myself and DJ Wheat running you through the final matchup of the day. Now, there's always something exciting about watching Dramis. I've kind of gone on record in the past to say that he's one of my favorite players to watch. Reason for it being, I love seeing progression in a player's career. It's just a universal thing. You know, we love esports, right? We love our favorite games played competitively, and what we love more than anything can just see new talent rock up and just play at a level that they'd never played before. They start, you know, you kind of go from playing and watching and all kinds of stuff to now you're in a tournament against people and you're doing really well against them. Sometimes you're able to get big upset wins, and then before you know it, you're a top player. Just like that, you know. Obviously easier said than done, but I just love
definitely, yeah, easier said than done for sure. But I think that makes the feat all that more impressive, Ketchup, right? You know, it's not very often we say, hey, have you just seen this new blood that's like come in and like shocked the world with it?
Especially in Quake, right?
Yeah, yes, because Legacy has gone a long way in Quake. But I think it's a testament to some of the skill sets that new players not only come into Quake Champions with, but also the way that they kind of redefine some of the meta and some of the approach and how to play the game, which is equally exciting. So Dramus to me represents exactly what you're saying, a player that does that gets players to go, oh, I can't just play the game that I've always played because here's someone bringing something a little bit different to the table.
However, you're going up against Wenger, one of the best to ever do it in Quake Champions, that's for sure. So, we'll see if Dramus has what it takes to be able to put a bit of a stop to this so far. Wenger checking things out from his point of view first, an immediate ambush, and Dramus just gets turned to ash. That was a savage beginning.
That was real nasty, and it might even end up into being a second frag right here, but the grenades playing a big part in one of the reasons why Keel is picked here. Now, Dramus looking for an opportunity here to follow up, but not going to happen. Wenger actually getting the frag, knowing the damage that he put out in the last engagement. But 2-1, pretty fast pace so far, Ketchup, and I do think that Wenger, that was kind of the perfect start for him. In the back corner again, these two getting up close and personal as there's another frag from Wenger almost going down to that acid in there, but he stays alive and grabs the health bubble, and he's now up by 2.
And there's quite a few bubbles left to pick up. And to be fair, those major items are about to spawn, so likely Wenger will give up one of them to make sure he can take the other. In this case, Dramus looks like he's going to be sitting near Mega. Can he get the heavy? Bit of denial, maybe. No, goes through the teleporter. Felt like Wenger had like half of an idea going towards that heavy, but Dramus was able to collect, and even now, the chance of a clean frag is quite high. There it is. Even with the spawning stack, the only problem is that Wenger only has an LG. Going towards a rocket now, but that's it for the moment.
Yeah, that was you know, kind of an interesting approach in that last frag, but I think, you know, Wenger knew, okay, I'm kind of trapped up here. Let me put myself in a position where I could do some defensive damage and at least try to set up for, you know, possibly off the spawn, making something happen. But I do like the grenades that are coming out from Dramus, especially in any of the close corner parts. I'm a little surprised, Ketchup, that Wenger is comfortable fighting in those situations where a grenade can bounce right off the wall behind you and just, you know, pluck you in the arse. So yeah, he's making it work, though. Wenger is looking pretty good in what I've seen so far.
More of that sort of defensive play from Wenger as a very clear split on the items. There's not going to be any kind of delay between the two of them. I take one, you take one. Now, in this case, Wenger listening out. Needs a bit more rockets, really, actually. That opening rail missing its mark would have been much more punishing if Dramus actually was able to return some damage himself, but a little bit back and forth so far, positioning-wise. Looks like Wenger considerably early here. 5 seconds for either or, and he just waits. Nice little reaction there, too. We're going to take an item each, but just like that. What I'm looking at, is the difference of armor. That's going to be the deal breaker. Oh, never mind.
Yep, kind of a race there with that rail, and believe it or not, you know, rail has definitely been more in favor of Dramus, where he's at 50%. Prior to that one rail out of the teleporter, we hadn't seen Wenger hit one yet, so he does finally get on the board here. But only a 1 frag game, And I still think that we're looking at something that has the potential to be very, very close, right? Keeping it within a 1-2 frag range is going to certainly make for a more exciting play. I think the further either player gets away from that lead, the harder it becomes, and I guess they can make some pretty significant changes to how they're approaching the map overall. But still very early. Nice double rail coming out from Wenger that time, using the spit to kind of zone down from below. Dramus with a nice rail of his own and a second from the mid-level. They will trade as a result of the split, but again, keeping this within a 1 frag game, that's still a pretty good spot for both players to be in.
Yeah, and this has been one of the first times in the map that there's been a significant difference between the two items. I mean, 4 or 5 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but on a map like this, when they're so close together, it's a bit of a different story. Now, both players have done a great job of juggling their item control. However,
wow.
I was about to say,
wow,
oh, close range rail. That was some bold plays. I was going to say that we haven't seen a lot of situations where a player is weak enough. Oh, the steal, that was all he wanted. My train of thought is gone. So much has happened. Let it be, Ryan. Let it be. As now we move forward.
And that was, I mean, that was such a wicked rail coming out there from Dramus. Wenger. It was like, where did that come from? Now in the corner, it eats a couple of grenades. Is this going to be a moment for Dramus? It is, as Wenger is just kind of caught in a spot. You know, normally I don't think that room is too harmful or difficult to deal with, but because of the grenades, the scenario changed quite a bit. And Dramus, keeping up the aggression there, is able to tie this one up 5-5 as we're going to be able to switch over to his view. But again, all the damage that was done, he was not going to be able to keep that going for too much longer. Wenger does get his lead back, and Dramus pretty aggressive off of that spawn, using some of those grenades to try to get some better positioning. A big direct rocket coming in, but Wenger with the LG to kind of ward him off. Now we're going to have the fight over that heavy. The rail does hit, and the spit is active on Dramus. He's going to negate that with the health bubble pickup. And Wenger with the LG. It looked like things were going right there for Dramus, but Wenger played that very, very well. Great positioning. Was able to do a lot of damage without taking any. And that was nicely done. We went from tied to now Wenger up by 2.
The entire do-or-die nature of the heavy has been rather significant so far. You know, a couple of frags ago, Wenger did drop down taking the heavy, but ultimately he accomplished everything he wanted to. He was able to deny the heavy, he was able to play around the teleporter in a way that just wasted time, and by taking that heavy, he was able to chase Dramus on the next spawn because there was no armor to be had, obviously leading to a lot more pressure that has led to a 7-5 situation for the Italian. And I think that's just looking at the items and thinking, even if I go down here, always thinking about what's next. A lot of discipline, right? A lot of game sense to be able to make those plays. It's not just about looking after the life, it's the grand scheme of things. 6.5 minutes. We still got plenty of time, you know, for this result to go either way. That opening rail certainly helps.
Wow.
Oh, and that one's even better.
I mean, some just insane rails coming out from Dramus, and the angles that he's hitting on some of these are really impressive. And if there was one other compliment I would give to Dramus right now, is I just feel like his map awareness is on point here for map number 1. He's brought this now back to a 2-frag game, and I was looking through, still watching Dramus's views in that last little run. And, you know, Wenger got hit so many times, and I don't think he had any idea where Dramus was coming from until the hit actually registered. But things have turned, right? Suddenly, Dramus now finds him with both of the major items and the ability to kind of try to tighten the grip on that control. He's going to start here with the Mega. There it is. But then he's going to make his way over to the Heavy, and in a great position to, you know, to fend this off, to grab it. Wow.
Now, I was just about to say, if Dramus is able to get a relatively clean frag right now, it's going to mean everything. And in this case, able to do just that, really. Took a little bit of damage, but stopped the bleeding, picked up some lights, now has access to heavy. A huge split between the two items as the control continues, but some excellent little bits of juggling here from Wenger. Wenger actually conceding the Mega completely. Happy to give it up. It's 7-7, right? 2 minutes to make magic happen. That's going to be at least 2 more rotations, probably more. I don't imagine there'll be too many delays between them. Okay, Dramus. Marcus, he's hitting hard.
He is hitting hard, and again, it's that map awareness. It's like, I have a good idea where he's at, and the LG does come out as they fight in the acid room. And then Dramus finally takes the lead off the spawn, hits a very crucial rail, a second follow-up one. He just needs to chip some damage away, but now both players super low. Doesn't matter though, Dramus having that timing of the majors immediately grabs that mega, and I think this will be the third full rotation where he's going to get both of those items yet again. And you mentioned that like that clean frag could result in that, and you are absolutely right, Ketchup, because that is what we've seen here. Now, 1:15 seconds remaining, still very crucial for both players. Venger's got to turn up the aggression just a little bit to tie this back up. Dramus has got to hold on. Big rocket coming out, a couple of grenades also connecting. Dramus is pretty low, but again, the mega comes in huge, and this rotation and the timing is big. A huge rail, can't hit the second one, into a rocket.
Oh no, the grenade!
Oh, but he manages to get away. Backed in that corner. This could be bad for Venger.
Oh my good lord, that head-on collision. The grenade, it knocked Wenger off course. He just wanted to steal it away. But he was not able to take the item that he fought tooth and nail for, and that actually might be the sequence that has cost Map 1, as Dramus, 2 frags in the lead. Wenger needs a frag and needs it right now, but with the full map control that Dramus is working on, all of the items, it is... I mean, this is a difficult position now. Tries to push forward, can't quite manage to do it. 15 seconds left. This just became mathematically impossible. Dramus, in the closing moments, pulling off wonderful levels of clutch. Will take Map 1 versus Wenger here. Impressive start, man. An impressive start.
You know, I think it came down to that LG kill in the upper levels before that, you know, the rotation where Dramus ended up picking both the major items up. 7-10, the final score, but that was the point where Wenger was still in the lead, and then Dramus brought it back, that clean kill, and then he had almost 4 complete unscathed rotations of major items, and that allowed him to ultimately take that lead in the matchup. Such an impressive game by both players, and really MVP goes to, for me, to Dramus for some of those bank grenades. He must be working out some angles on this map, because I was really impressed with some of the grenade traps that he was setting up here. I mean, forgive me here, but I'm going to make here's my hot take. I think Dramus is giving us some of the best keel grenades I've seen this season so far. There was a couple of banks off the back, like shooting grenades behind his opponent that banked right into Wenger, and then additional damage is getting thrown out. Suddenly, that grenade he threw out a couple seconds ago, boom, 50 damage, gone, and that turned the tide on a lot of those battles.
The game changer grenade was the one in the closing moments, really.
Yeah.
Wenger was conceding the mega. I wanted to take heavy. We'd seen the heavy steal before work out for him, because he was able to, yeah, he went down, but it left a rather tender and somewhat out of position Dramus to just get cleaned up. And perhaps Wenger was going for something very similar again, but moments before he picked it up, that grenade just knocked him way off course. And then from that point, I just think Dramus had too much of an advantage. He'd only just taken the mega, and then he was able to not only stop Wenger from taking heavy and take him out, but then he had the heavy himself. It was just the absolute recipe for success when it comes to Dramus on that one. And crazy to think, that was only one map. We have 2 more maps left to go. In this case, we're going to see a little bit more of a stack difference. As if I recall, it will be Anarchy versus the Strog. So we're going to see a little bit of that crouch slide come out there for Dramus, something that he loves so much. But a good start for sure.
And the momentum kind of goes to Dramus's favor. So this will be, you know, an important Zen moment for Wenger, right? He's got to mentally reset from that last map. He did have a lead for majority of it. That's sometimes how Quake games end up playing out, where your opponent then gets a clutch, you know, frag and then capitalizes on that. So I do think he needs to just reset and know that, you know, this is a map that he's generally been pretty good on. But Dramus continues to be, right, a player that I think a lot of people need to watch and put some respect on that name, as 40 would say, and, you know, just acknowledge that here's a key player. And again, I just echo what we've been saying over the past few weeks, but this has been what has been so great about Season 3 here, is that we're getting to see some of these matchups so early. It doesn't matter, America's, EU, etc. Like, I'm just really excited about what we've been able to see so far.
Decent start for Wenger as you get super shotgun, heavy side. You know, injection's already good to go, but I like that immediate pop of the Pika there because you don't have the best weapons to deal with it. I mean, if you have the rocket launcher out at the time and it's that far away, you've got to sort of look for a miracle direct or something. However, there's the immediate push taking effect. Good little juggle, and there goes all the armor for Wenger, forced to retreat and preemptively hold out on heavy because it does not want to lose it now. Thankfully, made the right call because Dramas had the same idea. Whoa! There's the switch.
Yeah, big frag pickup there for Dramas as it's automatically going to put Wenger kind of on his back foot. Now, one thing that was clearly a differentiator between Dramas and Wenger in the last game is that Dramas's rails were on point and the machine gun battle happens and the 1 HP victory for Wenger as he gets on the board with that frag. What I was going to say is that obviously with the lack of a rail here, I expected to see a little bit more LG, and we've already seen it come out from both players. So I do think that, you know, the better LG is definitely going to be helpful here in this matchup. Dramas using LG to shotgun for that first frag and the inject, but it doesn't matter. Caught on the edge of the doorway, and I hate when that happens. He stubbed the toe, and it resulted in a frag. Dramas takes the lead by 1.
That's unfortunate there for Wenger because it did result in a completely wasted injection at the same time. Delaying the inevitable, as they often say when it comes to injection doing nothing in this case now. Dramas. Lots and lots of heavy in the tank. And just like that, trying to bait something out. Dramas with this low ground. It's a tricky fight to play because your opponent is pretty hard to hit, whereas you, vulnerable to a fair amount of splash. Good weapon choice for LG, and Wenger, again, forced to use that immediate injection, but can he escape? Does manage to take away the light. So actually, I think Wenger, things could have been much worse there, and he'll happily take that exchange. Dramas considerably healthier. However, there's that heavy, and now Mega in sight. Does he manage to pick it up?
You know, I really wonder, you know, on the Anarchy, right? Speed is one of your utilities here, and hold on as we do almost have a frag there, but speed's kind of one of your utilities, and one thing that I've seen Dramas do really well, I think, there the inject comes out, but big hit by the peaker. Dramas very low, and Wenger comes in for the scoop up, and he's low though. He's got to be very careful. What I was going to say is that it seems like Dramas has caught Wenger in the air with that LG quite a bit. Like he's anticipating some of those routes based on the fact that he's playing Anarchy in a big combo there. Catch up. The rocket perfectly placed into the shotgun with a little bit of LG sprinkled in, and Wenger has taken the lead.
A lot has happened in a short space of time now. Heavy. Next item to spawn. Once again, Wenger really prioritizing access to armor, which is going to matter a great deal with how Dramas has been hit incredibly hard. I guess couple that with the injection, and it does give a little bit more of a fighting stack. Wenger sets the trap near Mega, but a little bit more damage than he bargained for, perhaps. But holding on to the injection, waits until it's the good time, right? And now overstack in full effect. Perfect time to sit and guard this heavy for yet another time. Good use of the injection there, and actually it doesn't even take any rocket damage. Dramas is looking to push, but that is a lot. Oh, God.
I was just about to say, like, oh, I like how Wenger is kind of like playing the game back with the LG. That was a really smart catch, but Peaker was the equalizer on that one. Wenger still does have the lead, but only by 1. It is 4-3 after he picked up that one. So I like how close this game has been so far. Both players are really bringing us some action here. Big rocket out of the teleporter exit and do a little bit more LG damage. And now he knows exactly where his opponent is in this back hallways. Can just kind of sit here, catches him coming out the side, and he just says, Peaker, whatever, don't need ya. Immediately just electrified him in the corner for that 2 frag lead, now 5-3.
Dramus has to be careful here. This has been a close map, all things considered, but there are a couple of instances now where he knows he's trapped and he's kind of trying to just strong arm his way through. I do worry that that's the kind of thing that can spiral out of control quite quickly, as now Wenger is able to secure a frag, a clean one. Barely any of the stack was lost, and now the control continues. We have Heavy up next. In this case, Wenger, perfect position, all the weapons in the world, all the ammo we could ever need, and an inject locked and loaded, so this should be a free pickup.
I think so too. Makes his way around through that teleporter and back up. And it really does seem like just a big adjustment here for Wenger. He's looking very confident in these fights. His LG, and we mentioned that it could be an equalizer here. It's hitting at 39% to Dramus's 36, but 3 of those frags have come from the LG. Just an indicator to show how he's caught Dramus, kind of with his pants down a few times in that regard. And there's another one, cleans it up beautifully, 8-3 now. And that will be a killing spree, as well as Wenger has had some unanswered frags here catch up. Dramus is keeping that aggression going. It finally does pay off. And, you know, sometimes you do need to push that aggression to try to take some control and stack some additional frags.
Every time Dramus is securing a frag, it's in a rather awkward time, though, because it's not right as an item spawns. The frag lands, and the item still has about 6 or 7 seconds left to go, so it puts you in this tricky position where you want to make your presence known, but you've just had a fight, you're tender, they've picked up an item or two, and now they're probably in a better position to get some damage on deck. So Dramus has had to make some pretty difficult decisions. But now, what's it going to be up next? Looking for the combo. Ooh. Oh, kamikaze indeed. That was a lot of damage.
That was, and Dramus knew that hit, knew his opponent was weak. That was a great opportunity here for him to push forward. Now, we'll see how he's going to attack this one, because Heavy is going to be up in just a few seconds. The inject does come out, and Dramus cannot secure that Heavy. That gives Wenger an open opportunity, and a suicide by Dramus as the rocket aimed a little bit too low. The splash damage does him in, and Wenger holds on to this 4-frag lead, but Dramus off to spawn. Too aggressive? The answer is yes, as Wenger picks up another one, and with 3 seconds left to go there, he finally cleans it up. But right at what cost? You gave up a couple of frags in order to secure that one. Yes, that might mean that you can convert a few, frags off of that, but that's not necessarily the case in the pattern that we've seen throughout this matchup. So I question whether giving away those frags are worth it in the long run. It could be that Dramus has kind of already exceeded in this matchup, or this particular game, but I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think he's just trying to keep that pressure on with Wenger.
Dramus kind of went for the go big or go home right there, knew that with the health that was left was not going to win an LG fight, so he kind of had to bank on getting a direct rocket. Now Dramus, some of these decisions, like, you understand what's going through his head, but some of the fights just haven't been very clean. Has got much less damage than he was banking on. And in this case, Wenger just needs to keep doing what he's doing for 2 more minutes. 5 frags. Technically, you can get 5 frags in 2 minutes, but often at the beginning of the map, when people are far behind and they're struggling to get their foot on the pedal. But right now, Wenger is just going to play this highly defensive game. Probably get some kind of presence on the items just to stop it from being a snowball, but in this instance, as long as every frag takes as long as possible, it doesn't matter if you concede a few now. There's so much work for Dramus to do. We're talking about 2 minutes left on the clock, 30 seconds, and that's already gone. And just like that, I'm thinking with the way things are going, this is probably going to be a 1-to-1, where Awoken's going to be the final stop, and we'll figure out who's going to win this damn series.
That's exciting, right? Especially, considering how both players have kind of put their foot down and taken a map. I think Awoken, and especially with the champions that we've got, make it even more anticipated game here in this matchup, and one that will decide who will claim victory overall. I do think the one big thing that is going to be big going into that game is, on Awoken, we've got pretty much all our weapons on the table. The Athena and the Ranger, both players with some movement capabilities there. So I think it's great. I love the fact that we're going to sit at a 1-1 result going into Game 3. It's going to make it all that more exciting.
I did mention at the very beginning, you know, I saw someone say, is it going to be Rail God Dramis today? If there's a map where Rail God Dramis will matter a great deal, it'll be Awoken with Athena, because we've actually seen Dramis on that map in particular. When he's bringing that A-game Rail, it's the absolute deciding factor. He'll rock up. I believe it was against Razy not too many weeks ago. Yeah, I'll just rock up and hit everything. No worries, no big deal. But you know what? We're already talking about that final map because this map's already done. It's going to be a 1-to-1. Wenger gets a map on the board. A rather competitive map until things started to slip through the cracks, you know, for Dramis. A couple of big payoffs or attempts for payoffs that didn't pay off at all. Mostly just down to lack of damage. There were just some fights that were a bit messy from Dramis' side, and sometimes it happens. Not every fight can be clean, but with some of the times that he chose to go in, kind of during the midpoint of the map, they were rather pivotal because he puts so much into the fight for Wenger to take such little damage in return, then creates a rather tricky situation right as you've spawned, and now Wenger's in control.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that map evolved very quickly in that first 2 minutes. I thought Dramis was LG controlling a little bit better. I liked him being on the lower levels of Mega and then trying to catch Wenger up in the air. But after those first couple of frags, it seemed like Wenger was like, hey, I know that play. I'm going to use it too. And then his LG really, it's like he charged it up. And it really made a massive difference. And I think that was partially some confidence too. We saw him, you know, Wenger kind of plant his feet and say, hey, I know I can out-aim you in LG. So there we have it, 11-5, and it's tied to 1 game apiece going into Awoken. Wenger going to be on the Ranger and Dramis on the Athena. I admit, Ketchup, I love watching Athena, but I think, you know, partially because of the style, partially because of the speed and the movement, but also partially because playing a perfect Athena game for 10 minutes is really hard to do, right? Like, you know, some of the quick grapples that you see, you could be put in a bad position, or you are very trackable against your opponent. How will that play in? What will we see happen here? I don't know, but exciting to think that Dramis is able to win that first game and force us into a third game to decide who will take it.
It just goes back to why so many of us love watching Quake, because Quake's hard. Quake's really hard. And when you take champions on top that are really, really challenging to play, and that sort of margin for error is so low and the skill ceiling is so high, and you take the best players using the hardest to use champions, and they can make things look easy that very much are not.
Right.
But it's what Pro League's all about. It's showcasing the best talent. And in this case, this matchup has already been a wonderful example of that. And I'm so curious to think how this one's going to go, because Dramis in the past, when it's been time to step up on that final map, and you have to be really rail heavy, your execution has got to be on point. Dramis has historically proven that he can bring his A game at the most stressful, when the chips are down, when he's got to do it. He's able to do it, and it's kind of hard, man. Let's jump into this final map, as I'll let you run us through Awoken, the decider between Wenger and Dramis.
Yeah, tied 1 game apiece, and I mean, a lot can happen here. The outcomes to the ranks overall, it could be a big boost for Dramis. It could be a nice kind of solidification for Wenger. How will it play out? Well, there the rail comes out, and I guess there's the answer to that question that we had. Looking for a follow-up rail. Actually, Rocket comes out, or it comes in a little bit early, and then the Rocket putting Dramis on the board with frag number 1. As, you know, well done to open up this matchup.
And those rails have already been impressive. We're only 30 seconds in. However, no way he was safely going to be able to make his presence known on that heavy. However, the grapple shot does make it a bit easier to get towards Mega. Taking one of these items away from Wenger, very important. However, has to be careful. In 5 seconds, that Dire Orb is coming out to play. And clearly, with those light champions, it's not a fight you want to take. You know, most of the time, misses the opening shot. That would have been so important, especially with the inevitable close-range fight that Wenger might try and force on here. Speaking of which,
wow.
Wait a minute! He completely misses it!
What a read. The direct rocket, the orb kind of whiffs, and Dramus read it like a book, his favorite book that he's read 30 times. And not only that, but then an exchange right off of the spawn to suddenly put Dramus up 3-0 in the first minute and 25 seconds. That rocket was champion right there. That was a huge rocket. Probably had it not hit, suddenly that dire orb exchange might have been a little bit different, but gonna sneak in here, grab that heavy. It was a nice little assault by Dramus, and he is just gonna keep it up. So far, so good, but really solid start for him.
And Wenger missing that first rail. That was the complete skeleton key for the whole sequence there, where Dramus goes in, takes away the heavy, gets a little bit of a dance played on deck. The immediate turnaround. Tri-bolt definitely hurts. The final rail does not hit its mark, and that's going to be temporary breathing space for Wenger. There is going to be a lot of stuff to heal up with, but it was an obvious place to go, however. Again, Wenger not interested in overstaying his welcome. We can play a patient game here. The aggressive push for Dramus. Tri-bolt. Lots of damage, but the pickup. What a turnaround for Wenger.
So fantastic right there. Dodged the tri-bolt, managed to get that rail, picks up his first frag, but more importantly, stops that momentum from Dramus, right? Forces him to slow down a little bit. Arm back up, make sure he's got a stack. Great LG coming out from Wenger into the rocket as the heavy is picked up, but the frag might be more important in this situation. 2-3 now. Wenger not looking his best. Clothes might need to be a little washed there. There's the Mega. That's going to put him in a better position. A huge rail coming around the corner. And, oh, wow, how about a pair of them tied back up 3-3, and Wenger has turned up the heat big time.
It is perfectly crystal clear that the aim of the game for Wenger right now is going to be keep that rail away from Dramus. As long as possible, make it so if he's going to finally take it, you get something good in the deal. Because another push, oh, so nearly a trade, but not quite. Knows where he's going to spawn, pushes on forward, gets some bonus damage. The next 15 seconds are going to be pivotal, because that's when Heavy's going to spawn. Who's going to get it? They're both extremely weak. Wenger, still sitting near Rail's side, does not want Dramus to get it unchallenged. Because if he's got a Rail from this far away, look, forces him to push in and be aggressive because he hasn't got access to range. But again, Wenger clutches out the final shot. Dramus has been so close so many times. What a crazy map this has been already, mate.
It has, and I'll tell you what, that grapple was something else. I mean, really kind of throwing Wenger off. He still managed to get the frag, but just to kind of show you the unpredictability that Dramus is capable of dishing out with that Athena. It didn't quite work out there, and because partially I think this is Wenger in the zone, and Dramus still playing really well. But right, Wenger is a champion, and when a champion is in great position, this is exactly what they can do. Now, Orb is up, does need to find some health and armor now, improve his stack here a little bit, and Wenger does have that 2-frag lead, so it puts him in a position where, a one mistake is not going to ruin his chances here. He's going to also pick up that light, puts him in a good spot now as we get ready for the next heavy.
By cycling the map around, though, this was the moment Dramus has been allowed to take a rail, so it's going to reintroduce the comfort situation that Dramus was in at the start of the map. However, it hasn't quite hit these two rails. Lack of rocket has been a bit of a problem for Wenger throughout this map. Tri-bolt for rail. Oh, that's such a horrendous trait to take, especially if you miss the rail. But in this case, Wenger, the one in control, the one in charge. 2 frags in the lead now. Dramus has very little stack to work with, especially if he gets caught on that teleporter. Looked for it, had the rough idea, and now Dramus really wants to take this heavy without going down, and actually gets the frag!
I mean, what an interesting exchange. The orb displaces Wenger, but then also the grapple changes Dramus' position. I thought that Wenger was set up pretty nicely, even though he let Dramus get to that heavy and be right on top of it. But Dramus gets the better of that one, and he brings this now to a 1-frag game. And I'm just very grateful that we are getting this third game, and as close as it is to close out this series. Like, it is been a nice display by both players, but this is kind of the action that I was hoping to see here.
That was a lovely little maneuver. So many of these Athena grapples, like I know some of them they're rather commonly known competitive grapples, but they're so strong, and wait a minute, perfect time. Drama secures a frag, 5-5 now, however. Perfect time for the item to spawn. Rocket jump scouted out. Dramis listened for it and reacted accordingly. Didn't quite get the rail through the death hole. However, what's next? Wenger, no orb, in big trouble. Very big trouble! Dramis gets another frag here, and oh my lordy lord.
Yeah, and I mean, Frag with, I feel like, a little bit of more control than he's had in kind of other exchanges. He's going to be able to grab this Mega and then be in a good spot to set up here for this Heavy. Not where Wenger wants that to be. Orb is going to be up in just a few seconds. Is he going to throw it out? No, he's going to keep the LG on. Couple rockets hit, and a beautiful rail from Wenger to stay alive and to tie this back up. He did not have to use his Orb either, and that puts him in a position to have it available in the next engagement.
Positioning is going to be key yet again, as Wenger looking for the item, listening out for it. But again, Dramis without the rail is not going to have the same level of presence. That has just been the common situation Wenger is forced upon here as an aggressive push. Extremely aggressive, and Wenger is so weak to lick his wounds. Surely he's going to have to give up the whole map.
I think so. I mean, it's like this is a complete reset. Oh no, the rocket jump, and actually it hit Dramis. He reads the drop down from the middle level and has a perfectly placed rail. That puts him back in the lead in a second to follow up another pair. And this is huge for Dramis. Oh my God! Could you have had a better hat trick of frags right there at the 8-minute mark? I don't think it is possible. What a set of exchanges. Wenger keeping it alive. He desperately needs the frag, but he's going to get railed, and he's not going to get it.
This is a crucial minute and a half now. The Rockets are really good. Dramis does not want to push too hard here. Cannot get overconfident. Don't get greedy. We have to still play a solid game of Quake for a minute and a half, but oh my goodness. DJ Wheat, the hat trick we saw, and there's it is! Good lord, rail god, and then some. Wenger has just been on the brink of death so many times, and this is the worst time for it to happen. You need to mount a comeback. You need to make something happen. You can't afford to waste time running around and getting your base stacked back up. This is a nightmare for one of the world's best.
Yeah, and I feel like this, it might be over. The curtain call may have taken place. Catch up in the last minute. Dramis, just what an unbelievable triple set of frags.
All three of those frags have got to be in the top 10. Like, I expect it.
Yeah,
in one go.
Just like package them together. I don't know how you're going to approach it, but you're absolutely right. I mean, especially the rail on that final one. And you know, things were so close. There was an exchange of blows, and then one player would back off, and then they would deliver an exchange. But Dramis ultimately coming out the victor, and it looks like he is going to clean this up. Now, it puts it in a really interesting spot because now Dramis is 2-2 in league standings, and that puts Wenger at 2-2 in league standings. Both players, you know, having some victories, but also sharing their losses as well. And there it is. Wenger will go down to Dramis in what was an insanely close set of games, going 2-1 in Dramis's favor in that final map on Awoken. Some awesome grapples there. I can't wait to hear what ZSX has to say. Will we see a look of shock and surprise? Let's bring him in and find out. No, not at all. Not surprised.
A little bit surprised. I think I'm more surprised at not necessarily the result, but the manner of the result, the way in which I don't think I've ever seen Wenger be that on the back foot before. Every single frag pretty much Wenger got was forced, and you know how conservative he was, even particularly on this map. He just tried tooth and nail to stop Dramis even touching a rail. That was the strategy, and I think you said it on map 2, It's a blessing and a curse for Dramis. It's go big or go home. It feels like everything he does is all or nothing. And my word, when it works, it looks amazing. But when it doesn't, it looks a bit foolish. And if he can find a balance, he becomes even scarier. But I mean, what do you do? Do you ban the rail here? I don't know what you have to do
Yeah,
against
yeah,
him.
I don't know. And it's not like Wenger's rail wasn't terrible. He was hitting some real sick rails too. There was some weird grapple orb exchanges, and I would say that the thing that really stuck out to me is that Dramus read those situations really, really well. We saw the one frag that took place in that upper, really confined middle area where the grapple in and then the jump backwards to anticipate the orb coming out, and then a perfectly placed rocket at the exit of that orb, right? Like, and those decisions took place within nanoseconds of each other. So Dramus continues to impress, and I think Wenger did too, but Dramus was the better Quake player today.
I think just on the scoreboard, I think Dramus had about 2,400 rocket damage compared to Wenger's 600. Like, that's insane. It just shows you how much pressure he was putting on with the Athena, forcing the issue, and Wenger could do nothing.
I gotta say, that final result, we had some good games today. CNZ versus Rafa was off the chain. Wenger and Dramus, for me, was a personal highlight as well. CNZ versus Rafa, I don't think anything can top how close that was, but Dramus in particular, I really cannot help but revisit all the way back to Pro League kickoff, and how Dramus was very much a sort of slow climber, and no one was really looking at him at the very beginning. And obviously he's had one hell of a rough road, lots of ups and downs. But you compare where Dramus began when Pro League started to now, where the two opponents he's been able to take out so far are Razy and Wenger. It's just like, this is not even close to the same player anymore. And for me, that's what Pro League is all about, is that player progression.
Yeah.
Lolly you.
I know, right?
I completely agree, right? Like, one of the fascinating aspects of this is watching players improve, watching players overcome their own adversity, the adversity that they come up against versus certain opponents, the evolution of their own play. Certainly all three things we've seen here at the beginning of season 3, and specifically over the past couple of years. So continues to impress and not disappoint.
There's just so many good games left to go as well. I mean, like, today's been really, really fun because we've just been able to see more of that sort of just collection. I think for me as well, just seeing a little bit of the extra things in play, because we didn't see loads of the balance changes. We didn't see the new map at all today. A lot of players are either banning it out because they don't want to play on it at all, or some people are banning it because they don't want to play certain players, aka Kilson, cough, cough. So there's always the chance for things to develop, the more weeks that we have. But unfortunately, folks, that's all we have time for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It was a really fun day full of fun games, and same time, same place next week, I suppose. Actually, no. I'm already getting my dates mixed up. It's 2 weeks, isn't it? Yeah, thanks, production. Cheers. At least one of us is paying attention. My name is Ketchup, joined by ZSX and DJ Wait. Thank you so much. Much love, peace out, take care, and good night.